Thank you.
All right, great. Well, thank you for everybody for being here. And I want to welcome you to today's City Council meeting. Last council meeting, we maintained the city and county building as our anchor location for the meeting where staff and the public could still physically attend. This week, due to the earthquake and the ongoing necessity of social distancing, this meeting is entirely remote and there isn't a place to attend this meeting in person. Social distancing won't stop democracy though. Please keep joining us remotely until the day it is safe to gather again in person. You, the people we represent, are always in our hearts and minds, and we hope you'll all stay safe and healthy. Although it's odd to have us all in the meeting electronically, this is still considered an open meeting. We welcome members of the public who may be watching or using live video feeds on the council's agenda page, YouTube, SLC TV, or Facebook Live. Although there is no public comment during the work session, tonight's formal meeting at 7:00 p.m. will have a time for public comment, for the scheduled public hearings, and for the general comment period. For anything you hear today, comments are always welcome via council.com or .comments@slcgov.com. That's an email for you to email it at any time, any comments on any subject that we're discussing. You can also call us on our 24-hour comment line. The number for that is 801-535-7654. Also, all written comments submitted to the City Council on any topic scheduled for today's agenda have been viewed by council members and will be made public for all to view at slccouncil.com. As a reminder, since we're connecting electronically, there may be some delay in people's comments and discussion items, more so than usual. Since this is a new way of conducting the public's business given these unusual circumstances, if you have feedback on today's meeting, please let us know. We'll now move on to our work session agenda items. The first item on our agenda is an informational briefing from AFSCME. That's the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, and the salary survey. Do we have any questions from council members on this item, since this is a written briefing item?
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Fowler.
I know that this and the CCAC report that is the next agenda item are both written briefings. Are we going to have an opportunity to have an actual briefing from them? I know in the past we have, before budget season, we have had briefings from them just to go over the report as we're looking at compensation for our city employees. And I didn't know if we were going to do that or that we should just rely on our own reading of the written briefings.
So we decided to move these briefings because we have to have, from now on, we're going, at our city council meetings, they're going to start with a COVID-19 update. And we needed to get these on the agenda now so that people can start asking questions between now and the budget. This will be our briefing this year, will be written. But if there are questions, council members can ask them now about any of the compensation reports.
Okay.
This is Ben. I just want to add, if council members want small group meetings on any of these items, staff can schedule those for next month before the annual budget.
Great, thanks, Ben.
So I'm just gonna actually combine, well, if council members have any question on the AFSCME compensation study report, I'll move on to item number 2. Okay, item number 2 is also informational. It's the Citizens Compensation Advisory Committee 2020 annual report. Were there any questions from council members on this? Okay. Third is our 2019 Salt Lake City benefit study and compensation analysis. Are there any questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. Then we'll move to item number 4, which is updates relating to the mayor's proclamations declaring local emergencies for COVID-19 and the recent earthquakes. So I want to clarify for the group that this is not the time to ask questions for budget amendment number 4. That discussion will come later in the agenda. We're going to hear from from the administration, the mayor. We'll cover any topics, and then Amy has an update regarding the redevelopment agency as it relates to the memo that Danny has provided. Council discussion on emergency loan program. If that isn't covered, we can ask questions about that, and an update from the administration on how that program's going. And so we can go ahead and go to the mayor. Mayor Mendenhall, are you there?
Hi, all. This is Rachel. I don't actually see the mayor on here yet.
Oh, okay. Rachel, do you want to start us off on this?
I'd be happy to try, although I don't have notes prepared. So
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure about what are the most key or important topics that you all want to cover.
Well,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Cindy Gus Jensen.
the mayor specifically wanted to have the opportunity to speak with you about this, so maybe we could do another item.
Okay.
So then we're not putting Rachel on the spot and we're still doing what was requested by the mayor.
Yeah, that's.
She is. I apologize, Mr. Chair. It looks like she is trying to join right now.
Oh, okay.
So it may just be like another 30 seconds or so.
Okay. Well, I'll just give just a little intro then. So Salt Lake City has developed an emergency loan program to support small businesses. Any that have fewer than 50 employees are eligible to apply the first time for the first round of decisions, which closed Monday at midnight. We understand that the need for this is urgent. Many small businesses can't afford to wait and see what the federal government offers. This program is meant as immediate assistance to bridge the gap between today's needs and larger programs offered by the Small Business Administration. And with that, I believe there will be a second round of applications opening soon. For details on that, you can visit slc.gov/ed/COVID-19. And
Mr. Chair.
yes, it looks like we have the mayor now. Are you ready to go forward?
Yeah, sorry, I had some trouble connecting.
That's okay.
This is not budget amendment, is it?
No, this is COVID-19 update and update on the emergency business loan.
Great. I think that you just gave an update. Update is we're working from home. Okay, I can go for a minute, honey. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. So the million that you all gave a straw poll approval for, as you know, we've broken it into 2 chunks, 500,000 per phase. The first phase has received about just over 300 applications or so. The second phase of applications is open now until, I believe, April 2nd at midnight. It may be April 1st at midnight, and maybe Rachel can correct me if I'm wrong there. And so those applications are rolling 0%, 5-year term. People don't have to start making payments until 90 days after the state of emergency ceases. And it's for businesses with 50 people or fewer. And then I've been on calls today with the Downtown Alliance and Ty Burrell. We have calls scheduled throughout this week, hoping to expand the pool of donors who are contributing to this Tip Your Server campaign, which I think is at about $150,000 right now. And that, of course, is targeted for individuals who work in the food and beverage industry, specifically in Salt Lake City proper. And you know, of the 17,000 licensed businesses in the city, 90% of those are small businesses. And of those, the food and beverage piece of the population is about 15,000 individuals employed in Salt Lake City. So it's a good number of people who normally not even in a crisis situation have a hard time accessing unemployment benefits and some of the other financial assistance tools that are out there for folks who are furloughed or unemployed. So we're working on the business end of the spectrum down to the individual end of things. And then with all of the other COVID-19 efforts within Salt Lake City or as a corporation, of course, we're working to keep our employees safe and to, at the same time, do everything we can to keep city services functioning. So we're scheduling appointments for people who need building services, appointments for permits or other building services functions that can't do so online. And we issued subsequent emergency orders that say employees shouldn't be sharing vehicles to do the kind of work that they do, which a lot of our departments typically to conserve emissions and all of that would put a couple people in a vehicle. We're not doing that any longer. So we've waived the take-home vehicle fees. That means that instead of charging $3 per mile for people to take a city vehicle home, we're waiving those so that they don't have to come back into the office and mingle with their coworkers. In order to do that, people can clock in and out online, and where they're not available to, their supervisors are able to do that remotely for them. So we're asking departments to address all of these little ways in which people would normally intersect with one another. And there's so many things we're working on, and I've been grateful to have Cindy Gus Jensen and Council Chair Wharton participate in our SART calls on Monday and Friday mornings as we get a check-in from all the department directors and Pam Lofgreen, who's over our emergency operations. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about specific efforts we're undertaking, and Rachel might have better specifics than I do on some of those efforts.
Council members, any questions?
Just a comment. Thank you so much, Mayor, for your Department of Economic Development and working so fast to help, to bridge this gap for the small businesses that are struggling, and for all the efforts in communicating what's available to everyone. Just on the side, and I'm not sure if you were able to speak or read the governor's economic response. I think it's live right now, detailing it out. Do you know anything about it yet?
No, I haven't been able to listen to it in the last 20 minutes, and I heard a little bit about what it might include yesterday, but I'm reluctant to speak to it just yet because I'm not sure if that's actually what it turned out to be.
Okay.
But I will mention actually, Anna, that there's some specifics about the airport and a desire that we share to do temperature checks on people who are arriving at Salt Lake City Airport. And we're working with Bill Wyatt and the airport department, and the state has offered to be of assistance if we need that in being able to do temperature checks on people.
That's very nice. Good idea. Thank you.
Council members, this is also your opportunity to ask for any update on the earthquakes as well. Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, on the earthquakes, I'm wondering if I've got a lot of constituents that have emailed me about damage. Two things. One, asking if the city is going to push for an emergency or a FEMA declaration so that federal funds could help those homeowners. I don't know if that's been discussed, and B, if there's like a one-page information for what steps to take for these homeowners in terms of permitting and things like that. Do we have anything prepared? We can just email out to them.
Lisa Schaefer has been working on this. I'll tell you that we already took those steps to be able to access FEMA dollars. I signed the declaration on Wednesday of last week, on Earthquake Day, as we've been calling it. And so it will require the state to also issue the emergency declaration. Rachel, do you have an update on the state's action of doing that?
Yes, they did issue their emergency declaration as well, so we should be able to access FEMA assistance. Lisa has also been working on more to your point to Councilmember Mono, in conjunction with the county, the ability for residents to self-report, and there will be a simple form for residents to be able to fill out and self-report any damage. And then any potential need for inspection, and that will help us gather all of the damage information that we have, which I believe is due on April 22nd. And we will then funnel that up through the county and the state to get both resources back down to residents in terms of building inspections, and then also try to get what we need together to access federal funds for both city and for our residents, of course, too. Not sure if Lisa wants to add to that.
I think something that's,
Oh,
pardon me,
Oh, go
Lisa,
ahead.
I'll just chime in and then you can, I know you'll have details, but I know that residents, most residents don't have earthquake insurance because we can't really afford to carry it. And so a hard part is that the city doesn't provide inspection services, and Lisa can correct me if I'm wrong there, but what results residents get from having structural engineers assess their structure can be distributed to the city for us to be able to report that to FEMA and hopefully open their opportunity to access those funds.
Yeah, I would just add to that, that the declaration was what made it possible for us to start gathering this information. And FEMA will do an assessment. Rachel's, can everybody hear me?
mhm.
Tell if I'm on or not. Yeah, so Rachel's reporting out of how this program works is exactly right. We do have a form that was developed by the emergency management group at the county, where I think that form is live on the county's website now, and we're working to make it live on our website soon. So we will be able to start directing residents to that form very quickly. And what it does is it gives them a self-assessment checklist, and then it also enters them into the database so that we can have FEMA come out and do an initial assessment on all of the reported structural damage and then see if it meets the threshold. But the declaration was what made that possible so that we can start gathering that information.
Councilmember Fowler.
This is going back to our efforts regarding COVID-19, and it may be something that's more that I can get more information from offline, but I'm curious as to how our homeless resource centers and the Sugar House Temporary Overflow Center are handling our neighbors that are experiencing homelessness and utilizing those shelters, both from the perspective of the community member using the resource center or the overflow shelter and how we're keeping them safe, and from the perspective of our first responders who are still going on calls and business as usual in an area that we know is probably more risky than other places just because of the quantity of people that are in one space.
Councilmember Fowler, this is Rachel. Mr. Chair, do you mind if I try to respond?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so as of today, and I know that Councilmember Valdemoros and usually Councilmember Johnston are typically on these noon calls that we've been setting up with David Litvack, who has been coordinating the city and the county's efforts, or assisting the county with their efforts also on the response to COVID-19 in the homeless community, both for unsheltered individuals and for sheltered individuals experiencing homelessness. As of today, there have been no diagnosed cases of COVID-19 in any of the resource centers. That said, I think what you're saying is totally accurate, where, you know, this is a more vulnerable population, and we are worried, of course, about how this virus will impact people, and including staff and first responders there. The county has set up a couple of different quarantine locations. I don't think that they have had to use those yet for individuals from shelters, but they're there. Our first responders, you know, they are, of course, intersecting with people, both people experiencing homelessness and other people who all are susceptible to symptoms at this point. And hopefully they are taking every precaution, and we're providing them, you know, the equipment that they need to take every precaution as they interact with, you know, on every call at this point.
There was a follow-up question I had to something you said, and now I forgot. Okay, if it comes to me, I'll ask.
Can we get an update on our city and county building? Just, I know that it was still closed as of last night or maybe this morning.
Yeah. I know Lisa is on that. Orion Goff is the person in charge of our building. And what I heard this morning is that we still need asbestos inspection to happen and elevator inspection. I think lead testing as well, because so much of the plaster inside the building was disturbed. And those inspectors are quite backed up at this point, and we haven't been able to get those inspections done. So I think that the opening of the building is pending on those. Lisa, am I wrong about that?
That's correct. I'm not sure about the lead testing, but I know for sure we're waiting on a firm to come in and do the asbestos testing. And structurally, we've had the building inspected twice, once after the initial earthquake, and then once again after the large aftershock, which we actually, coincidentally have to do for all of our facilities after a 4.0 or greater aftershock or quake event. So, and then we subsequently had Reebly engineers come in and follow up with another inspection to make sure that we were structurally okay. The base isolators did their job. It's pretty amazing, actually, from an engineering perspective, that the effort that was put in back in 1989 and then again in 2017 to reinforce that building really did likely save it from very, very catastrophic damage, and pretty amazing. So what we're dealing with now is kind of cosmetic plaster damage on the inside, which we can deal with. As long as we have all of the loose plaster down, there's no danger to occupants inside. But like the mayor said, we're waiting to make sure that we don't have any asbestos floating around and being a danger to people, because we don't want to rush to open the building and then find out we endangered people for a silly reason. So as soon as we get that testing done, we can open it back up in a measured way. But then, of course, we still have COVID-19 issues to deal with. And so we've still got distancing that we'll have to deal with, and probably do some kind of phased opening of the building in a way that makes sense.
Okay.
Councilmember
Fowler.
Sorry, I know we're kind of going back and forth between coronavirus and earthquake, but it's pandemic week 2020. Are we working, whether it be on sort of the council level, the staff administration level, which I think this is probably more administration, with our lobbyists in DC to help apply for some of those federal monies that are coming about, and getting us prepared for the potential of any sort of aid package that might come out of Congress?
Yeah.
I can jump in there, or Mayor, go ahead.
I was just going to say that we Rachel and I participated in, and Lynn Pace participated in a call that I requested with, I'll back up to say, on Saturday, I reached out to Senator Lee and Senator Romney through their chiefs of staff to ask, to request that some part of the funding package, if not several buckets, there's kind of 4 main buckets I understand of funding, could be oriented towards cities directly the way CDBG is, and eliminate some of that red tape access for cities who are dealing with it on the front line, to be able to assist. And they, Senator Romney's office graciously set up a call with us on Sunday, and it sounded like even by Saturday afternoon, a lot of that cake was already baked. And so they understood, and I think that they felt like they could speak to our request outside or more broadly with the Senate, but I haven't seen that come through. And I know that we qualify, as every county in the state does, for the SBA funding. But of course, we're hoping to receive more public assistance. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't qualify for any of the additional federal funding. Rachel, can you add anything to that, please?
Sure, I can try. I actually had a call just about an hour ago with Jen Covino.
How's she feeling?
She said she's feeling better. Yeah, so she doesn't seem like she's getting any sleep. So I hope that she stays feeling better, but she said she was okay. She was most worried about Councilmember Mono and sent him her regards too. So I'm sure you guys are also all in touch. She said that there had been, obviously you guys you've been probably following updates too, but there still wasn't great consensus on a bill. They were kind of at loggerheads about a couple of items. There was some, as the mayor pointed out, what we had really been asking for in conjunction with the Council of Mayors and other national partners was some direct access to funding via the CDBG formula. When I talked to her about an hour ago or so, she said, actually, it's probably been 2 hours now. She said that there was, it looked like the bigger cities had kind of gone out and negotiated something on their own, and that funding, it appeared that funding may only be flowing to cities directly for cities who are over 500,000. That's only 36 cities across the country. So we were expressing some dismay over that possibility. Salt Lake County would qualify for direct assistance under that formula. And, I requested that she continue pushing for that direct assistance. So based on the update I just saw, it looks like there was some agreement reached on some additional funding to local health and state and local government. So we'll see what the exact parameters of that are. The last draft of the bill I saw, there was a pretty significant amount of money that went to CDBG, but we'll see how it all filters down. We didn't have great information on new bill text as of a couple hours ago.
Councilmember Rogers.
Nice. Hey, I'm sure I'm going to be all over the place, so bear with me because that's just who I am. My first question, I guess, goes back to economic development. We talked about and appreciate that plan, Mayor. Fantastic in rolling it out. Do we know if the county or the state is doing something? I know that Ben McAdams sent something out, and I just want to put it out there for anybody that's following. What other resources besides the city do we know of that are out there for those businesses?
Hi, James. Jess,
Jess?
they're working on it. They were interested. They inquired.
You went mute. You muted yourself.
Shoot, sorry. The
There you
state did inquire with us, which was courteous of them. And I've lost track of the days, but I think it was the end of last week, if we would be interested in expanding the Ty Burrell tip your server thing statewide. And I said, we'd really like to keep it in Salt Lake City, thank you very much. And they were nice to say, okay. And so we've talked to St. George and Park City who are interested in creating similar programs. And later today, the Utah League of Cities and Towns will be sending out a little toolkit that our economic development department put together to all the cities and towns of, because our economic development folks put in over 100 hours of work just to create that and get it up and running. And so we wanted to be able to, you know, share that investment we made as a city and our staff's time. So that'll be going out to statewide this afternoon. But in terms of do you mean like other businesses being able to access state?
So I had a friend who applied for Salt Lake City, but his business was outside of Salt Lake City, so he was denied under the loan program. So he's like, "Do you know of anything with the county?" I said, "I don't know anything about the county," but then we received that information from Ben McAdams talking about business stuff, so for loans and stuff. So I'm wondering if we could put a link for anyone, because you know they're going to come to the city's website first, no matter anywhere else. So
I will find out. I don't know. And it's a great idea. I'll ask Ben Collender to get on it.
Okay.
Amy Fowler has an answer, I think.
Oh, no, I think Ben is on and he might have an answer already too.
Okay, hold on. Amy, do you have an answer or a question? You're
Answer.
muted.
She said answer.
I have answered. James can read my lips. That's James. We had an RDA meeting, a chair, vice chair, staff meeting yesterday, and this was brought up in that meeting. And so I think, yeah, it does look like Ben is on here, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But Allison mentioned, because we, and through the RDA chair, vice chair, kind of said, hey, can we put links and resources, like a resource list out there somewhere? And our understanding is that economic development is already doing that and doing a great job at trying to get all of those resources into one place so that we can, once that's as done as possible, then we would be able to kind of put it on the council webpage, the council Facebook page and things like that for people to go and look at what resources they might have. And Ben Collender, if I'm wrong about that, I guess you should do it. Just kidding. I'm not kidding.
Hi, this is Ben. Yeah, that's a great question. The first place we'd like to direct people is to our website, and we are collecting all the resources and putting them there as we find out what they are and how they apply. I also serve on the state level task force, and there is a subcommittee for local and state resources. So we're capturing what comes out of there and placing it on our website as well. We're going through a restructure right now, but that'll constantly be updated. And finally, you know, there's local, there's state, but there's federal, and we're giving a heavy focus on making sure as decisions are made at the federal level, we're helping to coordinate that down to the local level as well within the city boundaries, but also we're in touch with the county on making sure that they're aware of what we're catching as well. And Blake from the county also sits on the local resource committee.
That's
Thanks,
extremely
Ben.
helpful. Thank you, Ben.
Yep.
James, did you have other questions?
I did.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
I'm sure it's going to involve the mayor and Lisa Schaefer on these others, I think. So my other question is in regards to Fix the Bricks. I know it's little too late, but do we know how much is left in that account? Can they go back and use that money to fix the current home, or is there opportunities in that program for some of the residents that might have suffered some sort of damage?
Hi, Councilmember Rogers.
How are you?
I'm just groovy. I'm just really loving this COVID quake.
Oh man,
It's my very
know.
favorite thing. So yes, there is some funding left in the Fix the Bricks account. We actually, so matter of resources here, we have sort of suspended that program for a minute because we're concentrating on damage, but that funding and that program is still available to people, and we are advertising that on the webpage. And yes, we can still use it. I don't know if it can be used technically to fix earthquake damage. The intent was always for it to fix a problem before it got damaged in an earthquake. And so we're kind of working through the details there. I'll email you the amount that's still left in that account, and then maybe some recommendations on how we could beef that up and maybe morph that program into something new now that we're in this new reality. And I've got a team of people that are looking into that as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Lisa. I know how fantastic you've been in this whole COVID earthquake, like you call it. So
Pandemic week.
What?
Pandemic week.
Pandemic quake. We just need some sharks added into there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With chainsaws.
Lisa, my follow-up question to this is, can you tell us a little bit about the EOC? I know that there's some residents that are wondering what that is, what it does, how does it help the residents, what can it do for them?
Sure.
Community?
Yeah, so the EOC just stands for Emergency Operations Center. It's a physical location, but it actually is more of an organizational structure of individuals throughout the entire city that are identified as being in charge of a certain aspect of emergency operations when we need to activate. The EOC works hand in hand with the ECC, which is the Communications and Coordination Center at the county. And so information flows from the EOC here to the ECC in the county and back and forth. In conjunction with that, we also have the JIC, which is the Joint Incident Command. The Joint Incident Command is empowered to take policy direction and decision-making and communicate that throughout the community. And so the EOC on our level is activated currently at a level 2 for the earthquake and at a level 3 for the earthquake and a level 2 for COVID-19. Those are 2 different activation levels, but it's kind of the same people that are sitting in the seats. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this where we're switching between 2 emergencies on Web EOC at the same time and entering information into the system. So it's a computerized system that's linked in with all of the emergency operations centers across the state. And we communicate about efforts that we're doing to respond to the specific emergencies. So for example, with the earthquake, on the day of the earthquake, we're doing things like building assessments and inspections, and then communicating out about where we are with that. And so that's just a high level, I don't know how else to describe it. Right now, we only have a couple of physical bodies in our physical location over at the public safety building for our EOC. The rest of our unified command is virtual, and they are responding to assignments that are either coming from the county or that we are generating ourselves from our own policy group. The policy group is made up mostly of department directors and of course the mayor. And we generate assignments inside of that policy group and ask the EOC to carry those things out. And so that's just kind of a high level view of what it is and what it does and how it functions. But I'll tell you, I've never seen anything so efficient as I've watched on last Wednesday when we were dealing with COVID and then had to stand that thing up at 7 o'clock in the morning for an earthquake response. So pretty amazing. Super proud of the team.
Well, I just appreciate you and having your institutional knowledge and making sure that the city is taken care of, and the mayor and her leadership, and Rachel and the whole team. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston's had his hand up. Anna, do you have an answer or a question?
Question.
Okay, Councilmember Johnston had his hand up first, so we'll come to you next.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question probably for the city attorney's office or maybe the administration about the emergency declaration itself. I know it's for 30 days, but the question I have is, what's the process if that wants to be renewed or extended? Who does that? How's the interplay between the council and the mayor? The duration of an extension or a new one, and then the scope. How does that get changed if we want to change it, or if the mayor wants to change it? Some technical details of how this works.
Councilmember Wharton, this is Katie. Can you hear me? And see
Yeah.
me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I'm going to start by saying the best part of each of my days are these WebExes where I get to see people's faces. So nice to see all of you. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Johnston. City code governs both the declaration of a local emergency and the powers that the mayor can exercise under one of those declarations. The mayor has, just as Lisa was saying, the mayor has declared 2 local emergencies, the earthquake and COVID-19. COVID-19 was, that local emergency was executed on March 10th, and it's in effect for 30 days. And then if the city desires to extend it, they do so by the city council taking action by authorizing a resolution. There is nothing in city code that says what time frame that resolution needs to say. So I think you may want to take it in 30-day increments, and then you'd be at around May 10th, and then consider whether you can continue to extend it. So we view that as sort of the overarching or the umbrella emergency declaration. Then city code says once a local emergency has been declared, the mayor can exercise certain powers, and there's a whole list of them. I'd be happy to email it to all of you if you'd like. It's in city code section 22. Those powers she also exercises them by proclamation. So what the mayor has done is for COVID-19, declared the emergency and then issued 2 other proclamations that exercise some of those powers that you probably have heard about, like waiving some of the parking ordinances so that residents who are sheltering in place or in self-quarantine don't have to worry about their car getting booted or towed. There have been a variety of things like that where she's exercised her powers. We'll take a closer look at what we need to put in the resolution for you all to consider at your April 7th meeting when you are considering whether to extend. But at least for now, my initial perspective is it's the declaration of emergency that gets extended. The powers that the mayor has are in city code. And if you all wanted to change or look at those powers, that's a city code amendment. That's not something that actually happens as part of the extension of the declaration. So I hope that makes sense. It's sort of the umbrella, which is the emergency, and then the powers that flow through it that are listed in city code. Did that answer your question, Councilmember Johnston? I think you're on mute, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up question, please?
Yes. Go ahead.
So the scope of the powers depend on what is in the actual declaration, or does declaration just allow the mayor to exercise more powers than that than are just specified in the actual emergency declaration?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So what city code says, and this flows from state law, but what city code says is the mayor may declare a local emergency. And when she does so, she has to say what the emergency is, how it affects Salt Lake City, and what parts of Salt Lake City are affected. So that's the declaring of the emergency. Then city code says in a separate section, if there is a local emergency, the mayor may exercise certain powers also by proclamation, and lists all of those powers. So it's 2 separate things. The emergency is declared and then various powers are exercised.
So regardless of what's in the actual declaration, the powers that the mayor may exercise during an emergency are laid out in city code and may not be actually articulated in the declaration itself?
That's correct. The first declaration, all it says is there's an emergency. There's an emergency. We've got a global pandemic. It's going to affect all of the city. We want to, activate mutual aid agreements and get any money from the state or federal government that might be available. That's all it says. That's essentially the document that says emergency. Then after that, the mayor may exercise emergency powers pursuant to proclamation that flow from that emergency, the first declaration that she's made. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it did. I just want to clarify the difference between the two, and that the powers that are articulated in the mayor's second declaration are not necessarily the total number of powers that could be executed during the emergency.
That's right. I mean, the first declaration just sort of sets the stage and says there is an emergency. And then as the emergency continues, the mayor has been thinking about what things our citizens need to be assisted during the emergency, and she's exercised her emergency powers to try to address those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Councilmember Valdemoros.
This is somewhat related to what Councilmember Johnston was asking. I've got neighbors asking about people not abiding by the gathering order, about 10 people or less, and they've seen people gathering in parks or on the street, and so are we is the city enforcing this 10 people maximum gathering order, or are we thinking about doing something else so that we don't have the amount of people in in public spaces as we're trying to stay at home?
Council Chair, I'm happy to address what the mayor's emergency proclamation said about mass gatherings, if you'd like.
Yeah, please do.
Great. So right when the COVID-19 emergency declaration was issued, the mayor after that issued a second proclamation, and this is an example of exercising those emergency powers that I was just explaining. And in that proclamation, it was a prohibition of mass gatherings, which was 100 people or more. We added in that a pretty defined list of things that are mass gatherings and things that are not. And it was a real balance. You know, for instance, school and church services were not considered mass gatherings, but going to the theater or going to a concert was. And, you know, I think that there was some of that was balancing where we were in that moment and allowing public life to continue. The state subsequently issued an order prohibiting gatherings of 10 people or more. The county, about 4 days ago, the county health department then followed suit and prohibited gatherings of 10 people or more. And the state then actually sort of changed its order and made that gatherings of 10 people a recommendation, not a prohibition. They did not at that point want gatherings of 10 people or more to be criminalized. So where we are right now is the city has prohibited, and it is a prohibition, 100 people or more gathering with a variety of exceptions. The state has recommended that 10 people or more not gather. And that's not an enforcement issue, that's a recommendation at this point.
Thank you.
I thought that, I don't know, this is a sort of question / statement, but if the issue that the state has was just about the misdemeanor element, couldn't the governor have just left the orders in place and then pardoned anybody that was prosecuted, or pardoned who he thought was, you know, on a case-by-case basis?
You know, I can't really speculate on that, but what I will say is that we would love to see some guidance on what is a gathering and what. Sorry, I was in mute that whole time. I'm sorry. What I was going to say is I can't speculate to how, you know, the governor would want or not want to pardon people, but what we would love to see and hope to see from both the county and the state is a definition in the same way that we've defined gatherings, to say that, you know, standing in line in a grocery store or healthcare providers sending their children to a daycare so they can go to work is not a gathering. but a cocktail party is. And we haven't seen that guidance yet, but we're hopeful that we can all get on the same page with it as this pandemic continues. You're on mute, Councilmember Wharton.
Yeah.
Hello. Am I still? Okay, am I unmuted now? Okay, Councilmember Johnston, did you have your hand up?
I apologize, Chair.
And Councilmember Rogers, did you have your hand up?
I'm trying to take the hand off, Chris. Come on.
Okay. Okay. Dan, Councilmember Dugan.
I just had to change the subject just a little bit and talk about evictions. I know that the feds have put out some word about evictions not happening. Where do we stand as a city or the county or the state on the evictions? Because I keep on getting concerns about evictions at the local level.
If no one else wants to talk, I can.
It's better if one of you attorneys does this.
Okay.
I should defer to the real attorney and then.
Hi, I'm happy to address this too. We have analyzed both evictions and rent freezes and been talking with the administration on the city's authority to issue some sort of order on either of those. And, it's a challenging issue because the state has some pretty comprehensive laws on both of those. I think that it's probably a conversation for our policymakers to have on how and when we want to engage with the state or take action and what those risks would be. We're having discussions and, thinking about it, but it's not an easy answer for a city in the state of Utah with the legislative overlay that we have.
Okay. Councilmember Dugan, do you have other questions? Cindy Gus Jensen.
Just a clarification from our attorneys. Katie, I guess we're all still learning about all of this and the process and the council's role. But one of the things that I'm a little bit confused about, the resolution that would come before the council, would it be it would be them sort of renewing the emergency and setting it up so that the mayor could continue to use executive power as outlined in the other city ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Cindy.
Okay, and I guess the part I'm confused about is I thought maybe that was the point at which the council could begin to debate. There's not much debate, but to have more legislative input on the basics of what ordinances are waived and not waived and that sort of a thing. But it doesn't sound like that's the time for that. It sounds like they would just be determining that the mayor can continue to exercise those powers.
Cindy, I think how I would respond to this at this point is we're learning too, and the plain language of the ordinance sure looks like they're sort of decoupled, and there is a declaration of local emergency provision that has the extension by the council and a separate proclamation by which the mayor exercises her authority section. Now, of course, that's an ordinance that the council adopted. So I think, if there are conversations that need to be had or ways to sort of weave together those two emergency powers and legislative powers, we can think creatively, having now all joined hands in this emergency together.
Okay, and I'm only asking not, I'm asking academically, so that I understand. I'm not aware of concerns that exist or anything like that. I'm just asking to get a better understanding. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I'm happy to think more about it and get my team to look at how other emergency proclamations and exercising of power has occurred.
Councilmember Fowler?
Thanks. So, couple of things real quick. I know that you might have mentioned this, Katie, but do you mind just sending at least a link to the ordinance that is via email? I'm just curious and looking it over academically as well.
Absolutely. And I'll just tell you right now, so that it's in the record, it's City Code 22.03. And the actual proclamation of local emergency is 22.03.020. And the powers in a local emergency are 22.03.030. I'll send a link around too, but then at least it's now in the record of the meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted, I had a conference call with Aaron and wait, before I get there, I wanted to point out the memo from the RDA that RDA administration and staff have taken steps to look at kind of a 90-day loan forgiveness. You don't have to pay your payment right now thing. And we got a memo about it. I think it's great. I really want to say thank you to the RDA staff for coming up with a creative solution to help people right now during this time. We will have a little update on how that's going. Danny kind of threw that memo together pretty quickly, just so you had that information as soon as possible. But at our next RDA meeting, we'll have an update from Danny about that and how that's working. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We're kind of talking about the city's responses to these uncertain times that we're finding ourselves in right now. And then this is not a question, just a statement. I was able to have a conference call with the mayor and Rachel, I don't know, someday prior to today. And I think it was Sunday. And I was able to tell them this, but since we have a bunch of people on the line right now, I wanted to say I've only received positive feedback on how the mayor and the administration have been handling these two crises that have faced our community. And the hard work that all of you in every department have put in, and the ability, Mayor, for you to continue communicating in such a calm and rational manner with our communities is incredibly admirable, and really probably something that people throughout the country should be taking note of, because you're doing a really great job. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and that this is not just my own personal bias and feedback for you, but this is actually things that I've heard from my community members as well. So thank you for all your hard work, everyone.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, totally agree.
I have a great team, but you know that.
Thank you.
We didn't have great employees. I couldn't be.
Thank you, Mayor. I told the mayor too. I'm hearing the same thing from our residents who are just really impressed, and it's such a marked difference from what we're seeing at other levels of government. So, thank you. So, council members, we have unless there are any other questions, which I don't see any. For the emergency loan tomorrow, emergency loan meeting tomorrow, the committee, the ELOC committee is going to meet, and the administration has graciously invited us to join, to have a member of the council be on that committee. And it is a full day commitment, starting, I believe, at 9, and they're hoping to be able to wind up by 5 o'clock. But it needs to be one person. We can't divide it up because we want to have the same person, the same set of eyes looking at every application instead of mixing it up in between there for the interest of fairness and consistency. I am trying to look at making myself available. I think that I can be available, but I wanted to see if there are other council members that might be interested, or if people have thoughts about that. Councilmember Valdemoros.
I am available if you need me to. It does seem that it will be a long day. I think I might know some of the people that have applied for it, so I just wanted to say that when we excuse ourselves on making some decisions that might, in general here. But I'm happy to do it, do as many as I can, and maybe recuse myself from the ones that I actually do know.
Okay. Do other council members, Councilmember Fowler?
What day is this again?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yes.
Aren't we all still quarantined tomorrow, technically?
It's a video meeting, I believe.
Oh, great. I can be available as well. I'm home all day tomorrow. Cliff is taking care of our court calendar, so.
Are other council members interested?
I'm available also.
Okay, Councilmember Dugan, thank you. Cindy, do you want to weigh in on this and give us some perspective about how we should move forward?
Not really, no.
Okay.
The only thought we had as staff is a lot of times the chair would take on something like this, just representing the whole group. But it's entirely up to the council, however you guys want to work it out.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I will voluntarily excuse myself from consideration to make it a little easier.
Thank you. I kind of figured anybody who didn't already speak up was not available. So, but thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Valdemoros.
Is this rule that that we cannot divide up the work set in stone?
I don't know. Cindy, do you know the answer to that?
We can ask Ben for sure. What we were thinking is that typically whenever you're invited into a process that's evaluating outside vendors or applicants or things like that, you usually need the same set of eyes on every application so that you're using sort of the same lens to view it all through. That was our guess, but we have the attorney and we may still have Ben on the line who could advise.
Yeah, hi, this is Ben. The process that the team is going through right now is, to be thoughtful of how many applications there are coming in and how much this committee will have to review in a short time period. What we've done is collected a pre-ranking based off of certain criteria, and then we'll have all the applications to accompany that. So what we'll be looking for from the committee member is essentially, any sort of vote of, it's a binary yes, no on if applications get through and you get 25 punches, and then they're ranked based off of those 25. So essentially you would need one person who is reviewing all of the applications so you can swap out and come back or else that process wouldn't work.
Okay. Councilmember Fowler.
And based on that description of how sort of the process would work, I do, not that I don't trust all of the good decisions that would come out. I do worry if Anna would have to recuse herself on multiple, what that looks like. And no offense, Anna, but I would want to make sure that people, that was really transparent. And then if somebody felt that you recuse themselves and they would have gotten a yes by somebody else, I worry a little bit about that part of it. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I agree with that. The other thing is that I think all of us know some businesses that have applied for it. So, but yeah, if the council, the rest of the council feel that like that, I'm okay with it.
And I will say this has been one of the challenges I think that we face in being what we call Small Lake City is everybody on the committee is going to know some business. So that's going to be a hard thing to avoid regardless, but hopefully by the diversity of the panel, that is taken into account in any reviews.
Well, like I said, I'm happy to make myself available, and as chair would try to do it as a representative of every district and of so I'm prepared to do it that way. But I think that I want us to all feel comfortable with our decision, and we do need to make a decision as a group. So does somebody want to
Mr. Chair, can I do a straw poll?
Yes, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. I would just straw poll that I support Mr. Chair acting as a representative for the EDLF Loan Emergency Fund Review person on behalf of the council.
Does anybody have I guess I'll call it for a straw poll. Is everyone okay with that if I serve on that committee? Go ahead and raise your fingers. Okay, it looks like Councilmember Fowler is thumbs up. Councilmember Valdemoros is a thumbs up. Councilmember Johnson's thumbs up. Councilmember Dugan, Councilmember Mono, Councilmember Rogers, all thumbs up. Okay, thank you, everybody. I will I'll do that, and I'll report back to everybody on how that process goes.
Has been without water for several years, and the community is very excited about it being renewed. And then another one, just to point out, is the escalator project that was applied for the former Salt Lake City Library. While that was not funded and has not been in the past couple of application cycles, I would anticipate that we would probably see that a reapplication for that in the coming years. Next slide. So the administration is in the process of just doing continual improvement to the process, and we are wanting to put together a policy that gives it some more definition and some more meaning, so that we have more explicit criteria to make decisions from. And so as part of that policy, what we're trying to do is contemplate things like funding principles in place and understanding the city budget policy, understanding the city's sustainability goals. But I think most importantly is making sure that we have a solid, updated capital facilities plan in place, because by doing so, then we can make sure that all of the CIP applications coming in are pointing to that and work towards that capital facilities plan. And of course, as part of this administrative policy that we're wanting to do, we are using City Council's Resolution 29 of 2017 as our guiding principle for that, or our guiding document for that. Next slide. And as part of that Resolution 29, as you well know, that contemplates things like what to do with cost overruns and puts policy in place regarding prioritization and how to, what kind of funding goals that we need to follow. And so of course we want the administrative policy to be in sync and and align with this resolution as well. Next slide. So as far as the timeline goes, and Ben had mentioned this in his introduction, but I think this illustrates it well. And I want to direct your attention to the right side of the timeline in December. And this is when applications are due for city departments. And once those applications are in, if you go to January, then they're sent over to the CDCIP board, where they review and make their recommendations of projects to fund. And with that, those recommendations, they will go to the mayor's office for the mayor to review, and then she will make her recommendations for projects to fund. And those recommendations will be compiled in a CIP book. And that CIP book is one that we published for the first time this last year. And I think that it went really well. And it was really nice having those CIP projects summarized in a separate document. And that is what we would transmit to City Council for you to start your process in May to review and go through, all of the projects, and then come up with final allocations for those projects that have been recommended, which we would anticipate happening towards the end of August, so that in the first part of September, we would be able to have put the logistics in place where cost centers are open and projects can get started. So that's what we would anticipate for a timeline for the application process. On the second line, once a project is approved or the funds are approved for a project, I want to just point out that there is sort of a ramp up time where project managers are assigned, contracts are put in place, and a lot of times these projects will go into a design phase. And sometimes with the state of the market in the past years, it can take up to a year. And in the last year, it's been at least a year minimum to get that part of the project started and going. Next slide. So I just wanted to quickly touch on the sources and uses for CIP funds. So the majority of the CIP comes from our general fund, but there's also Class C funds, impact fees, and one-time funding sources, which include grants and other outside funding sources, and then also proceeds from bond funds. And then the uses of the CIP, of course, we make our debt payment service our debt service payment is made from the CIP application. And then with the balance remaining, then CIP projects are selected and recommended. And then also I want to point out that there is a percent for the art that is taken from the top of the CIP or from the total CIP fund for the year. And that's a 1.5% that's set aside for our projects. And there's also a 2% allocation for cost overrun or potential cost overruns for the projects as they go. Next slide. And then this just summarizes how that flow of money goes from the general fund. And if you look to the left, you'll see where the debt service payments are made. And then with the withholding of the percent for art, as well as the cost overruns, with that new total, that's the amount of money that's left for CIP projects. Next slide. So we've learned over the years and through experience and through the process that as we maintain a high quality of infrastructure, this is what gives our communities economic vitality and increases the quality of life. And so we use this as our guiding principle of the entire CIP project and try to make all of our decisions based on what we can do to enhance our communities and our city as a whole. Next slide. And then finally, as far as next steps and where we're at right now, as Marcia said, we did have a CIP coordinator position recently filled. She started that position yesterday, and because she is a city employee, she comes to us with a lot of experience and understands city processes. And we're thrilled to have Callie Ruiz as a member of our team. We still have the job posting for a CIP manager. That has been a little bit difficult to find just the right candidate for that. And so we continue our search. We are in the process and have in motion finalizing or formalizing, I should say, our capital facilities plan and having that updated. And then finally, we want to be able to clarify our administrative CIP policies and have those in place as well as we move forward. So that's all that I have. Are there any questions?
Riveting, I can tell.
I know, right?
So a couple of things that I just wanted to let you guys know that what we're trying to do is actually come up with some internal policies that are going to help guide us through this process. We are in the process of revamping the capital facilities plan. And one of the things that's really important as we do this, and I think that would resonate with you as council members, is to create a plan that not just is for today and maybe for next year, but transcends many councils down the road. So I think one of the things that you need to think about as we look forward with this is to come up with a plan that's going to help with our capital expenditures. You know, bridges don't get built overnight and they don't break overnight either, but we need to think about how that's going to look in, 5, 10, and 15 years. And that's where we're trying to put our heads around and get policy for you so that you can make sure that that's all in place.
Thank you, Marcia. I appreciate that. I think this will be my third time going through CIP, and I don't have any comments on the presentation specifically, but CIP is one of my favorite duties as a council member. And so I always look forward to this process. And I think that we have tried really hard in the past to make sure that we try to look at this from all angles. I think the one area where we could do better is thinking in beyond the next couple of years to the point that you were making, Marcia. So thanks for reminding us of that. I see a hand raised from Councilmember Mono. So go ahead, Darren.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, you probably said this, I missed it, and I probably should already know this, but I understand the CIP program, and forgive me if I'm mixing my acronyms with something else, but part of the applications are driven by just residents and citizens and community organizations, and are others driven by the city itself? And is there some sort of allocation for certain ones that are kind of bottom up and ones that are top down? Are they evaluated differently? And first of all, I understand that correctly. And second of all, is there any kind of differentiation in how those are decided?
It's a great question. For this year, what we, and just as you being new probably don't know this, we abbreviated the CIP process this year and did not allow constituent applications to be evaluated this year. We are only looking at essential applications at this point. But typically in the past, what has happened is that we have looked at resident applications. What we would like to get to, and it's exactly what I was trying to say, is what we'd like to get to is if we can figure out a way to have those constituent applications actually be part of the capital facilities plan, as opposed to things that are outside of the CFP, or a strategic plan or a master plan or something like that. So we're really trying to work on that policy right now. So I think you'll see that application or that type of application change in the future. So that's kind of in the direction we're going, is trying to, again, mimic what we're doing with our vision and the different plans that we have. But good question, and yes, in the past that has helped.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see a lot of smiles, like only Councilmember Wharton's really looking forward to this.
I see there's a thumbs up. Councilmember Fowler, were you raising your hand out of enthusiasm or to be called on? Oh, hold on. Let me unmute you.
I was trying to do it the right way with the hand on there. I apologize.
There it is. Okay, you've done it.
So I agree with Chris for our new people. I think going through the CDCIP, like, or through the big log that we get is kind of fun. I am I'll be honest, I'm incredibly disappointed that we didn't allow community applications this year. I think it's one of the ways that we are able to really get the community to buy into projects that we're spending money on. I recognize that we have a need and that, like, there's not enough money to go around, certainly, and I understand that. But for a lot of projects that people saw in their neighborhoods, I did this last year, so this is partly why I'm incredibly disappointed, is that I would tell constituents, well, why don't you get a group together, work with Hand and Can, and do a CIP application? And then I found out that we weren't actually having any community run applications, and that's hard for me. I think that that's a policy question for the board for the council, and somebody out there that's smarter than me can correct me if I'm wrong, that it's not a policy question, but of how we are going to, what that money should be used for, how it should be used, and what it looks like, right? And I appreciate the presentation. Again, I recognize that we have a lot of things that need to be done. We've had deferred maintenance for 20 years. We're about to hit another recession probably with all of this. I 100% understand that there's not enough money to go around. But this is an important tool for our community members to feel that they're engaged in the process of getting something that may be essential in their neighborhood and at least, por lo menos, looked at by the elected officials and by the administration. So for me to just say, nah, we're not going to do that, when we hadn't, like I said, I directed people towards this tool and didn't realize that this was going to happen. And so that's a little bit frustrating for me. And I think that we really do. And I again, appreciate all the work, appreciate the reasons behind the decision. Maybe wish there would have been a little bit more communication to us, so I didn't get people's hopes up, right? So I didn't tell people that this was a tool in the toolbox that they could use, because it wasn't, right? And people spend a lot of time on these applications without even a consideration. And they're good applications. I know that one is Liberty Park, one is, I mean, they're throughout the districts, just people I met that I said, this is a tool in the toolbox. And like, not to, reiterate, but it really does create a lot of buy-in in our community for those projects. And then when those projects are funded, what I have seen, at least in my community, is that then they take ownership of it. One of the things that we continue to struggle with is the maintenance of new projects. Again, completely understand it. I don't want another splash pad that we can't take care of. But when you have a community application and there's a community that is around this, we see that they take ownership of it and start to create their own maintenance building and their own sort of, nope, we have to take care of this because this was our project, right? And so I hope that we find a balance where we have this tool for community members again.
Thank you, Councilmember Fowler. I have to say, I had similar experiences too, where I encouraged residents in my district to apply for CIP money, and was disappointed to find out that, after they had gone through the effort of doing that, and I know it's a year-long process, but it was pretty late in the year that we decided that we weren't going to take anything from citizens. And so I'm kind of torn, because I think that we have to come up with a way to make us to have the hard conversations, like Amy mentioned, that it's not just splash pads, and things that are fun, you know, where we're looking at, you know, boilers and escalators and things like that. On the other hand, I feel like there has to be a way to have more input from residents, because this is kind of the only program where they can come together, or that I can think of, where they can come together as a group and have a real like grassroots proposal, that's not having to reinvent. I mean, people can always come to us with a grassroots proposal. They can meet with us as council members. They can ask to meet with the mayor. But this was they're sort of having to reinvent the wheel when they do that. Whereas this is a process that was known. So I hope if there isn't a way I think there is a policy discussion to be had about, if this specifically isn't a policy decision, and I'm not 100% sure on whether it is or not. It kind of feels like it is, but if it's not, is there another way to have a process that can replace this, that the community that is familiar, so it's not so daunting that they feel like they have to, you know, invent something to address their needs, where there is a program that can take that feedback. Mayor Mendenhall.
Thank you. I was disappointed too, and no one doesn't want to give this money out. We just, as you know, needed to make sure that we had the staffing to be able to do it legally and transparently. And by legally, I mean, you know, of course, according to the guidelines that we have. And without that staffing, the department didn't feel that they were capable of doing that. So I know you understand that, but I also want you to know that it is a big priority for me too, to make sure that we're functional and able to do it transparently. So I'm sorry that that's the way it is. I think that was a little bit inherited, but we're going to fix it as fast as we can.
Yeah, and I hope staff doesn't take this as that we're criticizing you. We know that this decision is kind of a carryover, so and we understand the resources too. So
thanks.
I have a hand up from Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question on what you guys have brought up. What was the process for informing us? Because I was with you all. I didn't hear about this directly from the administration. I heard about it from some applicants who were told that, and I wasn't aware of it. Is there a process that we should be aware of or moving forward, and how to have this communication earlier on, so we're being accurate with our constituents as well?
Chair, would you like me to address that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So we had we did provide a letter to council staff in hopes of being distributed to you. We also sent out individual letters to all the applicants describing that the process of what we were doing this year. It was caught actually in between old administration and new administration, so there was a little bit of a delay in getting those letters out. So it was a delay. They did not get them as soon as we would have liked to have done that, and completely not just completely timing on our end. I wanted to address one other thing, Chair, if I could, in that one of the interesting things, when we did receive the constituent applications that came in, we actually did a heat map, and it was very inequitably distributed throughout the city. And so one of, in our mindset, we want to make sure that as we look forward to that, if there is a way to do these projects, to make sure that there's a geographic equitable distribution as well. So just as an information.
Sure. I have Mayor Mendenhall's hand raised again. Is that right?
No, that's a mistake, sorry.
Okay. And then I have Cindy Gus Jensen's hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, we did receive the letter and in fact had the opportunity to see a draft. We alerted the council through email, but the problem was that this was after the application period had already closed. And so the council members had already encouraged people to apply and people had applied. So this came just in January, December and January. And so it was too late for you to change what you had already done. I raised at the time the same issues that you're raising, just knowing how important the participation is. And I asked them if it would be possible to share with the council the applications that came from the community members. So that is information that's available to you. You wouldn't have the advantage or benefit of having the review by the administration or by the CDCIP board, but the information is available. The applications that were submitted on time are part of the public record.
Thank you, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Cindy's point, I don't think that I could, and this is not our staff, or we got the letter at the same time the applicants were getting the letters. So I'm with Chris. I heard, or James, and no, who said it? Andrew, that, sorry, Andrew, that I didn't know about this until an applicant who I had encouraged to do this sent me a text with the letter that he had gotten. And then I reached out to our council staff, and it was sort of all at the same time that we were getting this information. So that was unfortunate. And if I may request, I would like to see the community-led applications that were timely filed for my own benefit, please, if we can get a hold of that somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something and mess up on my end. If I had been notified and I just wasn't aware of it, so that's part of my question came from that place. I agree about making sure we do this with an equity lens and make sure the process is clear. I think generally this process takes a lot of time on our end for a fairly small amount of our budget. And it's not always necessarily clear how we make these decisions. Does that make sense? So we have a recommendation process, which has helped a lot. But I think we can always do better with figuring out a clear process for allocating the funds, making decisions. Oftentimes I tell constituents, you put the application in and then it's just sort of an endurance game. And you wait multiple years and finally be the one that gets sort of funded. Which is sort of an unfortunate way to go about this, but so I'm looking forward to the outcome of what the administration decides on how to recommend on how to judge these applications, prioritize them, and get it out quickly so that we don't run into the same issues we've had now where we can't get to the projects because we don't have enough people to do it or time to do it. So they're done in a more quick manner. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your help and work.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands. Are there any other questions on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Marcia, and thank you, Dan, for being here. We appreciate you both and your hard work on this.
You bet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 6, which is a briefing on the Livable Streets Program proposal, Traffic Calming 2.0, aka. With us, we've got Jennifer Bruno from the council, John Larson from transportation. And then do we have Jennifer McGrath as well? Or is it just?
Hello.
Oh, hello. There you are. Okay. So go ahead and take us through.
I'll just do a brief intro for context, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, before turning it over to transportation.
Yes, please.
Because some of the council members are new. The reason we're talking about this is because the council allocated $100,000 in last year's budget, contingent on having the administration come back with a plan of how to spend it. It was really complex, and at the time, transportation was dealing with about $500,000 other things relating to the streets bond. And so transportation has been working hard over the last year to come up with a plan. And that's what they're here to report to you guys. And if you guys feel comfortable with that plan, you can take a straw poll to release the funds. So with that said, I'll turn it over to John.
Thanks, John. Go ahead. Thanks, Jennifer. Go ahead, John.
Hi. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. So, all right. So context, let's go back. Let's take it way back to the 90s. That's where, starting in the late 90s was when the city had its original traffic calming program, which was discontinued in approximately 2004. The time we had a mild session combined with the fact that slowing and diverting traffic can be kind of controversial. And so the council at the time said, you know what? We don't have enough money for this anyway. It's kind of a headache, and so it got continued. That's probably an oversimplification, but that's kind of what happened. And so what we moved to were lower cost, less impactful measures on residential streets, such as driver feedback signs, which they don't cost a lot, but they really only reduce speeds by maybe 1 or 2 miles an hour. Anyway, we've been putting them in throughout the city. We've also been doing a few other things like when we reconstruct a street, traffic calming. We've had citizen CIP requests for traffic calming, but not really a cohesive program. Since that time, the state of the industry has really evolved quite a bit. I think to more of focus on like a more holistic view of streets, where slower vehicles is just one part of creating a truly livable street. We've expanded the toolbox beyond just things like speed humps. And so we actually are lucky to have on staff folks who've helped create applications that are used nationally. So there's probably, I don't know, 20 different options now when you're talking about traffic calming options. And so kind of with that context, since I've started here 2.5 years ago, our division has probably received requests for traffic calming in almost every neighborhood in the entire city. And so it's clearly something that that people worry about. It's a quality of life issue. It's a safety issue. And it's something that we've heard about from all of you. And so we put a lot of thought into what, and had several conversations with the Transportation Advisory Board as well, about what was it about the original program that worked? What are some of the things that maybe made it less effective than it could have been? And so, what are some of the things that going forward we could do if we do relaunch a traffic calming program? So part of that is a little bit of a branding, but also kind of a more holistic focus of changing from looking at it just as a traffic calming program to, like a livable streets program. And so we wrote a memo worked on it all last summer. And page 4 is what I'll be looking at or referencing as far as what we believe would be the best place to start from where we're at today.
John?
That would be to create a citywide implementation plan. So
John?
one of the big issues that we've heard
John,
is
hold on for
that.
just a minute.
Sure.
I'm not sure who's trying to speak.
Sorry, John, it's Cindy Lou.
Oh.
I was just going to share the screen of the page 4 so that everyone on the video could see that. If you're prepared for that, I'll go ahead and do that now. Thank you.
So. Okay. So one of the big concerns that I've heard from residents about traffic calming is that when you do it on one street, it just pushes it to the other streets in the neighborhood. And it's maybe the number one concern that people, at least have openly expressed to us, is just kind of that frustration that it just, they feel like you're just pushing the problem from one street to another. And so one of the ways to address this would be to actually traffic calm entire neighborhoods all at once. So that would be the first step, is to actually develop neighborhood project boundaries citywide. So we actually had a staff person over the last month or two kind of take a first whack at it, and came up with, I think, over 150 neighborhood boundaries throughout the city, as far as just kind of following logical neighborhood geographies where if you traffic calm one street, that they kind of, how would you say that stay kind of within that boundary. So they're basically boundaries that would be kind of surrounded by major streets or other geographical features. So we'd start with that. We already have, I think, a pretty good running start at what that could look like. And then data collection, I think, is really important. Making sure that we go in eyes wide open and understand physical and operational characteristics of the streets that we'd be interested in looking at doing traffic calming on. And then the next step would be doing analysis and prioritization. So that's another, I think, critical piece to having a successful program. You have to have a fair, transparent process. I think one of my concerns with the previous program is that it was more complaint driven and a little more reactionary. Whereas I think having a proactive plan already in place, where we have the entire city broken into neighborhood projects, districts, and then you can start working your way down the list. So factors that would be used would be things like traffic speed, traffic volume, crash history, other documented safety risk factors. Geographic equity, I think, is very important as well. demonstrated community support. Some neighborhoods might just say like, look, we're fine. We don't want this. Other neighborhoods are begging for it. So I think that would have to be a consideration as well. Although most neighborhoods have expressed a desire to have this. And then other urban design factors, such as street width, trees, sidewalks, etc. So once we would have that analysis and prioritization, then you start working. You'd start with your project selection and prioritization. So this is kind of like your action plan, where you I think that the Transportation Advisory Board would be a great vehicle for vetting this. It's a citizen-sponsored, city-sponsored, citizen-led board, representatives from districts throughout the city. And then, the other piece would be development of a neighborhood street livability toolkit. So we take some of the national toolkits which have been created and then customize those to the city. And then once we have this implementation plan in place, then it's just a matter of working our way down the list. And that's where the next page of the memo gets into some of the detail on that I won't get into right now. But the other key to success would be a high level of community engagement on this, that it's really something that each neighborhood, that process of deciding which tools, traffic calming tools from that toolkit are the right fit for their neighborhood. So there's, like I've said, there's a wide variety of options available, and we want to use the best options that not only fit the geometric design needs of the way that the streets are laid out in the neighborhood. Each neighborhood is a little bit unique that way, but then also, aesthetically, what are the things that would help the neighborhood really feel like it's their project and they could have a high level of buy-in. But that's, I think, the only way that it would be successful. So what we are recommending is taking the one-time $100,000 allocation and developing the implementation plan so that we're ready to go, and we have the ability to move ahead with confidence, implementing one neighborhood at a time, a citywide program.
Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. John, I love this idea. I love the idea of looking at this as a organic, holistic neighborhood as we're doing it. I think that you and Jennifer McGrath and myself and Adon and Matt certainly still have PTSD from 2700 South and the amount of near tar and feathering we went through for that process. But with that came a ton of learning experience. And this I think was in part born out of that, right? Of let's look at this holistically. Yeah. That's where we heard so much of the complaints that it's going to go down other streets. In fact, I haven't seen or heard anything like that since 2700 was repaved, right? So, and with all of the beautiful little crosswalks and everything there. So I really want to just recognize how much I appreciate, that the department really heard our constituents and said, how can we do this in a really holistic manner? And the only two things I would ask is that, as you mentioned, the Transportation Advisory Board, I wonder if I can't remember what the exact name is, but the Bicycle Advisory Board people, that new group that we have, wouldn't also be a good resource to put at that table as we're kind of looking at this neighborhood implementation plan, as we look at that complete streets design, right, with the traffic calming and where people are really, you are a biker, John, I know, so really tuned into that. But I think that would be a really good use of that advisory board, is to bring them into that conversation as well. Also maybe representatives from the school district or from like our PTA associations or things like that. We hear a lot, especially over near the border between Dan and I's district on 21st and 21st of, we have a lot of schools right in that area between the schools going north and then Highland and everybody going south. And so I think maybe reaching out to our school districts or the parent boards within those schools might also be a really good resource as we're putting together some of these neighborhood plans. And then you guys have heard me talk about it over and over and over again, and gonna just keep doing it until it happens somewhere in the city. But I really do want us to think creatively about what traffic calming looks like, and not just the typical speed bump or whatever. But you've heard me talk about, I think 600 East we funded it through CIP last year, a traffic calming over on 600 East in right by the running club, so 2400 South roughly, of having something similar to what they do in Detroit. I almost wore my Lions sweatshirt today just for that. But with just painting the road, it's more cost effective. But I don't know, I haven't seen all the studies. This is your expertise. I just really want to encourage us to be creative. I think it will help spread those dollars, the limited dollars we have, but fully in support of this, and really want to thank you for the hard work. So.
Councilmember Voldemort.
Hi, I think Councilmember Johnston was before me.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I like the proposal, John, and I think it's good long-term planning. So I endorse it. Question is, part of this was born out of Fifth North and the child who was killed, and it took us a year to get up there and address that street. And Third South with Franklin Elementary and the major issues there we had. So part of the 100,000 was hopefully to study this, but also figure out how to become more, I know we want to be proactive, but responsive as well. So it doesn't take us a year to address a neighborhood death, and we can have a little more positive interaction with neighbors who have immediate serious concerns. I understand sometimes those are emotional and based on an actual one event where they may not rise up high enough in the aggregate number of problems in an area. If we can't fund 1.2 million per year to make this program sort of the way it's identified or idealized, what can we do? Help me understand, how do we become responsive if we can't fully fund it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, without resources, there's only so much we can do. You know, there could be another thing that we throw into the scope of work with this is to look at, you know, what are other funding options. You know, not to get too far ahead of myself, but you know, and I know timing is terrible to even mention anything like this, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you know, would it make sense to once we have the plan, it's adopted by council, everyone's excited about it. Is there a way to you know, maybe do a general obligation bond and put that up to, I'm completely spitballing here. So, but you know, and then we could knock it out citywide in 5 years. You know, that's a little bit crazy talk, but you know, the other alternative, you know, if this is not a good year to be talking about it, but let's say it was in the memo. I think we said that we need 1 to 2 million a year. That's 30 plus to 50 years to get through every neighborhood in the city. And so I think, review, just manage expectations there is going to also be important.
So maybe a follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we did allocate, say, $1.2 million per year to this to try and get the entire, I liked Professor Ewing's analysis of needing the full toolbox of tools to be able to address this, along with what Councilmember Fowler talked about, not just one idea, but multiple. If it was fully funded under this plan, help me understand how the responsiveness would work, because this is a great job about proactively planning for the holistic neighborhood, but it may not be able to address a child gets hit and killed, but they're not on the immediate list to be analyzed, and we're 3 projects out from that. Help me understand how this could help us be responsive to the public as well.
Yeah, I think the only way we do kind of sorry, my mute button's going on and off. Can you hear me?
Yes, go
So
ahead.
I think the only way we'd be able to do what you're talking about would be if we just had like a special fund that was just set aside specifically for immediate responses to things like that pop up. But I don't know how else, because otherwise, just the nature of transportation planning and construction is it just it takes a year or 2 at best usually to go from idea to plan to design to construction. And so once we get funds allocated, we start programming those, and those projects are already in the pipeline. And so just have like an ongoing fund that was reserved specifically for if there are, really, like terrible incidences that happen, and we feel a need to respond quickly to those.
Okay. I think that was what I would look at. I would advocate for us to look at this seriously in our funding proposals, even in a tight budget somehow. I would want to think through a little bit about how we can be very quick and proactive, and I hate to say reactive, but in some instances having to react quickly to a situation, even if we can't implement a full plan for a while, because like you said, it takes a while to plan and execute a project. How do we quickly address neighborhood concerns just so they're heard? And maybe think through, in some instances, is there a low-lying fruit or a quicker, cheaper way to help mitigate something in the short run, at least? Or in some instances, that's all that's really needed. It doesn't need to be a full project. That's what I would ask maybe as part of this going forward, if there's a way to incorporate that into the planning as well. So we have the proactive planning ahead and some of the quicker reactive engagements, sort of addressing things as we can.
Can I think Jen McGrath wants to answer. Go ahead, Jen.
Am I unmuted?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to sort of support what John's saying and maybe clarify a little bit. I think depending on, if the council decided they did want to allocate some budget, depending on what that number was, we could set aside a percentage of the total every year to be in a pot specifically for certain situations. We could develop criteria for those situations. Maybe it would be that if there's a death, it might not be quite that serious, but our team could develop those criteria and we could have a pot of money. Let's say if we had $1.2 million every year, we set aside $200,000 to be reactionary to the most serious, significant incidences. And if we are so lucky as to create a scenario where that doesn't happen in a year, that money would just roll over. And then the next year we'd have the full 1.2 to go towards plan implementation, but we'd still have an ongoing 200,000 every year. Those are just pretend numbers, obviously, But I think we could create a situation where we're working on the plan and the majority of the money goes towards the implementation plan, so that we're actually using a data-driven, geographically equitable approach. But we also have in our toolbox a mechanism to deal with and address the more serious issues that come up that we can't possibly predict.
Thank you, Jen. Andrew, did that answer your question, or did you have a follow-up? Okay, thanks. Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thank you, everybody. I have some questions here about the timeline of this study. When are we, or this implementation plan, when are we gonna have it? And then I know, I mean, funding tools, innovative funding tools out there. If you have thought about it, I know there's some litigation going on with other cities when they try to implement transportation and utility fee, I think. But those two questions, like one, when is this going to be done? Two, what are other creative funding tools that you guys have in mind, if you have any?
Okay. So we, the funding's already been allocated. We just need, we just wanted to make sure we had council buy-in. And we're already working on an RFP. So we would be able to kick things off within the next couple months, hopefully. Things are moving a little slower right now on everything. But other than that, we're already ready to get moving on this as quickly as possible. So we'll probably have something done by the end of the year. It's just not, it's not like a transportation master plan, which would take a long time, or a really complicated corridor study. I think it's something that once we get a consultant on board, it'll be done within 4 to 6 months. And on the funding, that's a conversation we're going to have to continue. That's something that originally Professor Ewing was going to be at the table with me to talk about funding issues, but that's something that he's been doing a little bit of research on, and perhaps we could have a follow-up, maybe written briefing, something from him with some ideas. You mentioned the transportation utility fee. That is something that it's still, to be honest, it's a little bit ambiguous. We've been looking into that, and so I think I'd defer to the city's attorneys on that, but it seems to be a little bit in the gray area.
Mr. Chair, this is Jennifer, and I have a little bit of information on that transportation utility fee aspect, just based on some recent meetings at the Utah League of Cities and Towns. So other cities that have tried to implement the transportation utility fees, there was one city in particular, I'm blanking on the name of that city, that is involved in litigation about that. So some cities are continuing to collect transportation utility fees, but it's sort of with the knowledge of risk that they may have to be refunded, which is always a scary kind of place to be, because if you bond with something and then you're on the hook for those bond payments, that's a little nerve-wracking. Rachel tells me it's Pleasant Grove. Thank you, Rachel. I think it's definitely worth keeping an eye out for, though, because it is a really fantastic way to kind of spread the burden to properties that otherwise don't pay property taxes. But right now, at least as it relates to Utah state law, some are feeling like it's not that right tool. So, but we'll keep looking around that. And that's all I had.
Mr. Chair, this is Ben. I have another update to Jennifer's update.
Oh, great. Thanks, Ben. Go ahead.
At the end of February, the 4th District Judge ruled against the City of Pleasant Grove and declared their transportation utility fee an illegal tax. There was a bill in the legislative session, SB 169, that would have declared transportation utility fees as a fee and not a tax, but it did not pass. And the city of Pleasant Grove is still evaluating whether to appeal the lawsuit.
Okay. Thank you for that update. Councilmember Valdemoros, did you get your questions answered? Okay. Your hand is still up, and so is yours, Councilmember Fowler. And so, John and Jen, I know you've been in these meetings with me before too, but I probably get the most feedback about traffic calming than anything else. And in so many ways, I feel like it's the area that I have the least control over. And to the point that I have neighbors that are offering to give money to the city to do solutions or perceived solutions, or people sort of engaging in their own more creative self-help activities, which I don't want to encourage, but I really feel the stress of these residents who feel that we kind of just talk around the issue. And I don't think that's what we do. I really don't. I mean, we do talk a lot, but I don't think we're talking around the issue. But I 100% understand the stress that they feel. What else do you need from us other than, funding? I mean, I know the study part is funded, but to actually start seeing some things implemented, and then to Andrew's point, like, what about the situations that really can't wait, where we need to act quicker? I love the idea of saying, if we go forward with this program and we fund this program, that there's a certain amount set aside for things that are more urgent. And then I also would like to think that there's a way that residents can submit suggestions too. And maybe just having CIP on the brain, but can you speak to those? If you feel like you've already answered them, then you don't need to go into detail again, but I feel like I had to voice those concerns. And then I have 2 other follow-up questions. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I just want to echo what John said earlier, that unfortunately, if we don't have resources, it is impossible for us to address these issues. And we also feel your frustration. It's difficult for us too. I mean, there is nothing worse than getting a phone call that someone has been killed on one of our streets, and knowing that we don't have the resources to address that issue. I mean, it truly is gut-wrenching for us. That said, the city has a lot of needs. We always have needs that are greater than our resources, and so it's always a balancing act. We are ready, willing, and able to put forward an implementation plan that, again, is very data-driven and very equitable. We are willing to look at putting together a program to address immediate needs, but without any resources, there just isn't anything that we can do on that front. And like I said, we share your frustration. We know that these are difficult choices. The city has a lot of really important needs.
And when you say resources, are you supportive of the idea of looking at a bond, or are you suggesting something else?
I am suggesting that we be as creative as we want to be about mechanisms for funding. I think watching the pending litigation to see if there's an appeal and to see how that turns out. I also think, we can work with our attorneys to dig deeper into that. I'm under the impression that it might be that they just they went about it in a way that put them at risk for a lawsuit, and we could potentially avoid that by doing something more specific and targeted and different. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I think pursuing that with our attorneys to see if there's something that we could do that would be different, that wouldn't put us at risk, or waiting to see how the litigation turns out, to see if the transportation utility fee is an option, to look at a bond potentially. I know bond rates are really great right now. It's one of the things that are good right now in our world, one of the few. So we are open to any funding mechanism that would be supported by the administration and the legislative branch, and we'd be happy to help in any way we can.
Yeah, I mean, I think the public would be, I mean, maybe not, I don't know how they would feel in light of the COVID-19, but prior to that, I feel like they would have been very supportive of a bond. I know I feel that my residents would be, but I don't know how other council members feel. Katie Lewis has joined us again, our city attorney. Did you want to weigh in on something, Katie?
No, just to reiterate that over the years, we have analyzed transportation utility fees and of course are keeping a close eye on the Pleasant Grove case. We're happy to think creatively and look, but we were not surprised at how the Pleasant Grove case was decided.
Right. Cindy Guest Jensen. You have your hand up.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that we want to be really careful about public expectations. I think that a general obligation bond probably would not work in this case because you have to have a really tangible capital asset that is your collateral, so to speak. So it's like you can get a home loan for your house, but you can't really use that kind of a mechanism for things that are not as tangible physical structures. So that's a little bit of a kink. There's, could be a way around that. You could combine it with some other items or something like that. But what would be a shame is for us to get in a situation like we did with the Park Ranger program where we're planning for it and we're hoping for it. We don't have a way to fund it, and therefore people are very, very, very frustrated with us. So I just want to say that it's really, really great that we're making the plan for this. And we just have to keep talking about the money for it.
Okay. Thanks, Cindy. My second question that I had is, how would this go hand in hand, or do you think this would compete with looking at our transportation master plan, redoing that?
I can answer that. So this would go on parallel tracks. So this would we'd be able to get this done a lot quicker than the master plan. So when we'd have different project managers as well.
Okay. So not necessarily the same timeline, but not competing with each other either.
Yeah, I mean, they'd probably actually start up around the same time.
Okay.
But we'd have the traffic calming or the livable streets plan done as early as this fall, whereas the master plan is going to take a little bit longer.
Okay. Council members, any other questions on this item? Seeing none, I'll thank John and Jennifer for tuning in with us. And thanks for your hard work on this and getting us this proposal. And I think we're all in agreement. We need to think creatively. You're resounding support for creative thinking. So, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, does the council, sorry, this is Jennifer.
Yes.
Does the council want to take a straw poll about releasing the funds?
Oh, right. Yes. Does someone want to propose a straw poll? Amy, thank you. Councilmember Fowler, excuse me, go ahead.
You can call me Amy. It's okay. I propose a straw poll that we release the previously allocated funds for transportation to conduct the study on a citywide traffic calming program.
Great. Okay. All in favor, go ahead and put your thumbs up, and then I will say, so Councilmember Fowler is a yes, Councilmember Valdemoros is a yes, Councilmember Johnston is a yes, Councilmember Dugan is a yes, Councilmember Mono is a yes, and Councilmember Rogers is a yes. Hey, and I'm a yes as well. Okay, thank you. Moving on now to actually, oh good. Okay, so we're at the break portion of our agenda. Before we go on break, I just want to remind everyone that live comment opportunities are combined during tonight's formal meeting at 7 p.m. Additional comments are always welcome via our council.com at slc. council.comments@slcgov.com email, or on our 24-hour phone comment line, which the number is 801-535-7654. This meeting is available through the council's agenda page, YouTube, SLC TV, or Facebook Live. Also, all written comments submitted to the City Council on topics scheduled for public comment today have been reviewed by City Council members and will be made available for the public to view at slccouncil.com. And all written comments will be included as part of the public record. So council members, we're going to take a break, and the mayor has asked that we reconvene at 5:15 instead of 5:05. Are there any objections to that or any concerns with that? Does staff have any concerns with that?
From WebEx, I don't have any concerns. We're good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Cindy. Cindy Lou. Okay, so we will be on break until 5:15, and we'll resume then. So what we're going to do is stay on the same call. So everybody will just mute your screens, and you can turn off your videos and then come back at 5:15. Thank you.
You do have a quorum.
Oh, okay, great. Then we will resume our meeting. Thanks for rejoining us for our work session. We're now on agenda item number 8, which is the budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 2019-2020. And we have the mayor who wanted to give some opening remarks about that. So go ahead, Mayor Mendenhall.
Thanks. Thank you for letting me give some remarks. And also thanks for working with my office in the last couple of weeks. After, of course, we transmitted Budget Amendment 4 to give some thoughts on some changes after the world changed. And my priorities have been, and they still are, and the priorities with which I looked at the recommendations I make to you today are number 1 in keeping our public safe, number 2 in keeping our healthcare system functional and protecting our public safety, which is 911, police and fire, of course. Number 3 would be to keep as many city functions and city services going as possible. And number 4 would be keeping our economy resilient. So that's the lens through which I looked at the proposals that we made. It was really hard to axe some of those great needs that we'd look to send some one-time money to in the original transmittal. But anyway, that's sort of how we came up with what you're looking at today. And I would be happy to answer questions, or as you go, I'll stay on and try to stay out of your way, but really appreciate the soft approval that you gave at last week's meeting to the $1 million. And it is already going a long way, I think, morally to support our local business community, and then very literally and functionally to support them in the coming weeks as we wait for SBA to get through to us. So thank you. And the more that we can do, the better. So I hope this is a great discussion. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, questions on budget amendment number 4?
Great, let's just tie it up.
I mean, yeah, I don't
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, Cindy.
Okay,
We were
thanks.
thinking you might want to go through each item so that everyone is familiar. It's a big batch.
Yes, okay.
So Council Chair, I'm prepared to share my screen, which will have the staff report.
Great.
And I'll follow Ben Ludke's remarks as we go through the staff report.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Thank you.
This is the 4th budget amendment of fiscal year 2020. This is the first briefing. The council is scheduled to hold a follow-up briefing on April 7th. There is also a public hearing on April 7th. If there are items that the council deems urgent, the council could act on those on April 7th following the public hearing. As the mayor mentioned, we received a revised budget amendment. The revisions moved about $6.5 million from 12 items. Most of those funds were moved to item A42, which is the coronavirus response. That item is split into 2 parts. Part A is requesting $2 million for employee compensation, including overtime and the emergency pandemic leave. Part B is requesting just over $4 million to be set aside for expected future expenses related to the emergency. The council could put that $4 million in a holding account pending additional information from the administration. In total, there are 45 requested adjustments for the administration. And this would use $14.8 million from fund balance. The Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or CAFR, is complete, and fund balance is currently estimated at 19.3%, which is higher than usual, which is great news. If the council approves the budget amendment as recommended by the administration, the amount of funding above the 13% minimum target would be $9.2 million. And note that this is the total fund balance. You'll see later in the staff report that Finance has updated the fund balance table to show general fund and funding our future separately. The city is expected to see a drop in revenues as the virus and the resulting downturn we're expecting takes hold. If Mary Beth is available, I'll turn the time over to her to talk about the revenues table on the next page of the staff report.
Okay. Sorry, did you say Mary Beth was going to?
Mary Beth, if you would unmute your microphone.
I'm
There you go.
trying.
You got it.
Okay. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. So this revenue projection that you have in front of you for current fiscal year 20 was done as of February 29th. It looks great, but it's not our reality anymore. We are working right now to currently come back with revised downward projections for fiscal year 20. Like I said, we had a budget with 1.4 million above budget, but we're looking at revising those. We are looking at analyzing those compared to what happened in 2008. It's the best that I can go with. 2001's recession, we came out of that pretty unscathed due to the Olympics, but 2008 was a different story. So we're looking at that. We're looking at analyzing sales tax based on what happened in 2008 for drinking and dining categories, automobile industry categories, grocery store categories, and kind of coming up with a methodology. I'm hoping we have that completed by tomorrow at the latest, and then I will update the mayor with that information and then pass that along to you.
Okay, thank you. Ben, we're back to you.
The next section is the impact fees update. It's about a page and a half down. The budget amendment includes an update on impact fees tracking, and the information is current as of February 21st. Council staff updated the parks impact fee item based on the council's straw polls last Tuesday for budget amendment number 5. Also note that item D6 in this budget amendment is refunding just over $90,000 of police impact fees that expired in prior years, as well as almost $9,000 in interest. You'll see in the table that the transportation impact fees have a refund date of September later this year, and it's a large amount, just over $709,000. The administration sent a transmittal to the council office last week with a proposed update to the transportation section of the city's impact fees facilities plan. If the council adopts that section, it will increase the options to spend transportation impact fees, and the administration anticipates having enough projects to avoid that September 2020 refunding date.
Thank you.
Are there any impact fee questions before we move on?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I've got one, but I'm slow on my raise my hand.
Councilmember Rogers, go ahead.
So Chris, I know that in the budget amendment, there's a call for fire apparatuses. And I'm
Mhm.
wondering if impact fees can be used for any of those fire apparatuses since we're a year out on refunding those.
My understanding is that the city's impact fee facilities plan does not currently list fire vehicles. State law does allow spending fire impact fees on vehicles, but the plan would need to be updated to list vehicles as an allowable use.
Yeah, I think we had this same issue last year, actually, on a batch of funding that we wanted to update it so that we could include. Oh no, I'm sorry, it was on something similar, but yeah, sorry. Go ahead. James, did you have another question?
Oh no, that's just my question is those impact fees, are we looking at, are they already allocated to be spent, or is it something that we can wait on a budget amendment to fix that and save out of the general fund some money?
Yeah.
The fire impact fees pay for debt service on fire stations that were built. I believe it's fire station number 3 and 14. I'll have to double check if those upcoming payments for the new fiscal year will have a remainder sufficient enough to pay for one or more of the vehicles. But we can check on that.
And then can we also just ask the administration if we can expect to see an update to the impact fee plan, in the coming months, so that we can make sure to capture any of those funds? We don't have to have an answer right now, but just at some point.
Yep, we'll check and get back to you.
Okay. Council member or Mayor Mendenhall. All right. You have your thing.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Go ahead.
Ben, the funding our future, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through the document right now, but I thought that the request for the fire apparatus was through funding our future dollars, not the general fund.
It is using funding our future dollars. That is correct.
Okay, it's a little confusing where it says general fund, but it is also funding our future. Just to be clear about that.
It is a bit confusing. The general fund category includes funding our future dollars, as well as funding our future dollars that lapsed to fund balance.
Yeah, we absolutely are updating the impact fee facility plan to be overall better.
Mm-hmm.
It's this, but I don't know if Lisa or Rachel are on and can give you a more accurate timeline of when that's coming. But in the meantime, the funding our future dollars, we feel like, based on past council discussions about broadening the definition of public safety for funding our future beyond just police, would apply to this one. So anyway, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't think we need it. I mean, if Lisa or Rachel want to jump on and say it's, but I don't expect you to have an answer right now. I just really wanted to hear that we are going to update the impact fee facility plan. So that's just.
Hi there. Hi, I'm here. Sorry. I've been
okay.
on a phone call with the county. Sorry. The impact fee facility plan is actually getting updated. And I don't believe that fire is next. I think we're working on police right now.
Okay.
Currently, the facility plan does include fire apparatus if it is part of an expansion of service, but not as a replacement. So we're looking into that.
Okay.
And if I missed anything else, I'm sorry. I was on a call with the county, so I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Councilmember Rogers, did you want to respond to that or anything? Did you have a follow-up questions?
I didn't really have any follow-up. I just think that I just don't want to see us spend money just to spend it to say that we've done it. I just want to see it we're being as as competent as possible with that. So I don't know if that makes sense.
I think so. I saw a hand up from Dan Ripp, but now it's gone. So I'm going to assume that he does not have anything to add. Okay.
I'm sorry, I pushed the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
But I did want to add that we are in the process of transmitting the first part of the updated impact fee facilities plan. So you should see that pretty soon.
Yay. Okay, thank you. And Ben, back to you. You can go ahead and resume.
I just got an update that the $1.1 million in fire impact fees are all scheduled to be spent, mostly on debt service for next fiscal year.
Okay.
So we can move on to the next section, the Funding Our Future fiscal year 19 revenues update. The table summarizes funds from last fiscal year that lapsed to fund balance. And attachment 8 provides a line item detail of each project and position where the funding lapsed, if council members want to take a look at that extra level of detail. The administration recommends at least $5 million to cover 3 months of ongoing expenses for Funding Our Future. You'll see in the table the first item, the unspent and not encumbered, $4.1 million. These come from 15 different line items that either were programs that were not utilized or were funds that were remaining, such as a position may have been hired later than expected and the vacancy savings dropped to fund balance. The next item is additional revenue. This is $3.1 million that came in above budget for fiscal year 19. The administration is proposing in this budget amendment the next 3 items that are in the red font. $246,000 for item A1, $466,000 for A2. Both of those are related to street improvements, as well as item A18, which is $2.3 million to purchase 3 new fire trucks. There's a budget contingency the council included in the fiscal year 19 annual budget, which said any revenue that comes in above budget, that would be the 3.1 million additional revenue shown in the table. Any revenue that comes in above budget should go to the capital improvement program for road improvements. So the question for the council is there's not enough money in Funding Our Future fund balance to fund the 3 items in red, A1, A2, A18, that the administration is proposing, and also fund the 3.1 million to roadway improvements from the fiscal year 19 contingency without the total remaining amount falling below the 5 million that's recommended to be held on for those 3 months of ongoing expenses. So it would be helpful for the council to say if they prefer the administration's proposal or if there's still interest in the 3.1 million, some or all going to road improvements. Or if there are questions about how the $5 million recommended to be kept in fund balance was determined.
Jennifer Bruno.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify for some of the new council members who may not understand the flexibility of a budget contingency, but you guys can change it. So the 3.1 million for roads was just the thinking at the time that the budget was adopted last year. When it was adopted, you didn't even know if it would be 3.1 million or if it would be 200,000. And so we frequently revisit budget contingencies like this based on actual dollars and based on actual proposals from the administration. I think especially given that this is a new administration based from last year's budget, that's a consideration. So it wouldn't be a problem at all to change that budget contingency unless you really did want to stick with funding for roads. And that dollar amount is also not hard and fast, that you could change that dollar amount based on changing your budget contingency. So just wanted to make that flexibility clear.
Council members, questions on that item? Can you explain what either Ben or Jennifer, if we go with the administration's proposal, that just means that we're taking how much away from road maintenance?
The 3.1 million is the amount that came in above budget that the contingency would send to road improvements, not necessarily maintenance.
Oh, okay.
And if I could add, it's not there yet. So it's not like it's taking the money away. It's money that you thought at the time you wanted to send there. And then things evolve and things change. And so, you know, if you wanted to send it somewhere else, that's your choice. I mean, a lot of times we adopt budget contingencies not knowing what the reality is going to be 6 months down the line, 12 months down the line. So that's what we're dealing with.
That's a good point. And if it's helpful, we can come back to this decision point after we have a chance to look at some more of the details for A1, A2, and A18.
Councilmember Dugan.
So a question on the road, the 3.1 for the road repairs, or is it for 1 year? Is it for multi-years? Do we have to spend it all in 1 year? And what is that encompassing? What kind of repairs?
Could I jump in real quick, just Ben, and then you can jump in after. So to be clear, the 3.1 million is not there. It's not anywhere. So it's at this point, it's just money that's floating in fund balance. You had adopted a budget contingency, which sort of set some goals about what you might do with any amount of money. You didn't know if it was going to be $100,000 or $2 million. And so I think it would be a little bit too strong to say that you planned to do anything with the money. But that you had set sort of a goal based on the policymakers of last year. Now that could change every year, right? And that's why we're bringing it up, that you could absolutely change your budget contingency, especially given that the mayor's administration is making these specific recommendations for other things that are needed.
Councilmember Fowler.
Thanks. Yeah. Does it make sense for us to have a discussion? I recognize where that this money looks like it was, if I'm getting this correct, Ben, that the proposal from the mayor is to use part of this 3.1 million for A1, A2, and A18. Is that what you're telling me? That's my first question.
You are correct.
Okay. And then if we were to fund A1, A2, and A18, would there be leftover in that 3.1 million?
Yes, there would be about $100,000.
So I guess one question for the administration and then a comment, and I don't expect an answer right now, but just kind of looking at this, is that we really could, and like, how urgent are these fire apparatus? Oh, I don't have my firefighting sweatshirt on today, but you know, I of course want to make sure that our fire department is taken care of. But if we can update the impact facility plan so that we can use impact fees for fire apparatus, can that wait, that 2.3, or at least a part of that, can that wait until we update the facilities plan? And the reason I'm asking is because we know, or can pretty much predict, that we are going to enter into some probably different economic situations given everything that's going on in the world right now. And would this not be something for us to talk about, kind of holding in the fund balance so that we can take care of city employees and city needs when we don't have a budget, when we don't have the same budget because of COVID, earthquake, I don't know, locusts, whatever else might be coming our way?
Can I speak to that, Mr. Chair, just a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is Jennifer? One caution is that in all the research I've been reading, I don't know that anyone is clear on what the forthcoming economic downturn will mean in terms of construction. The last downturn had a huge impact on construction, but that's because it was based in that sector of the market. I think that if we put this onto impact fees, I'm not positive that we'll be collecting impact fees at the same rate if we're in the middle of sort of an economic downturn. And so even though fire apparatus would be eligible for those fees, you saw earlier in Ben's presentation what that balance was. And so if construction continues at the pace it is now, I think it could be fine. But I just throw out that caution. But you're absolutely right about wanting to maintain fund balance for the coming unknown. But I think that's just the balance you guys have to weigh.
And I guess that's my question to Lisa, perhaps. Is there a way to use what we have in fire impact fees once we update it for at least part of that 2.3 million for apparatus, and then be able to save some of that? And I don't know the answers to this, right? And I don't know where other council members are on this, but I do know that, thank goodness for Andrew pushing that 13% that he wanted, and that we kept at, and we're above that 13% right now. And, I think there's, as we all know, some pretty difficult decisions that we're going to have to make. And I am just trying to open up that dialogue about what that balance looks like.
Is Lisa Schaefer on, and does she want to answer?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are all valuable points to debate, and I really appreciate Jen Bruno's comments, because we really don't know, even if we were able to update the impact fee facilities plan to include these apparatus. These are some of the more costly, the more expensive pieces of equipment that the city is required to purchase, and they also take the longest to build. So for example, if we're to place an order in the order window this year, we wouldn't see that fire apparatus for about 18 months. And so we have a couple of fire apparatus that are in need of replacement right now, and taking those out of the rotation, it's a very complicated, every time we do these kind of purchases and arranging of the replacement schedule, it's a really complex, financial analysis that has to be done about what is the best thing to provide in our fleet, in a fleet that's in need all over the place, right? What is the best use of any available money to replace these apparatus? And, like Jen said, when we developed this budget amendment, this was a no-brainer for us, because what this does is it frees up a ton of monies. And we can also leverage the Volkswagen money that we're getting. And I can't remember exactly what that amount is, but in combination with this money, we can actually make a huge dent in the fleet deficit that we have, which was coincidentally started and continues to this day because of the last economic downturn. So we're trying to make good choices. There's choices to be made all around. Obviously, there's tons of need. These two fire apparatus that we're proposing to be replaced with this budget money would go a long way to ensuring that we have a little bit more financial stability in our fleet budget going forward, even if we experience an economic downturn.
Okay. May I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, and then we need to go to Andrew. He's been waiting for a while, but go ahead.
Thanks. Lisa, do we know how, you and I have been talking about updating the impact facilities plan, whatever the hell it's called, since I got on the council, to include fire apparatus. And
Yeah.
so do you know how soon we can update that to include fire apparatus so that we're not losing those impact fees in a year when they expire?
Council member, if it were up to me, it would have been done already. Unfortunately, the impact fee facility plan is governed by and administered by the state. And there's only so many rules that we can play within. And so we're working all of those angles to try and update everything that we can within the parameters that the state allows us to use that money for. And so that's what we're up against. I mean, I don't think it's a matter of the administration or anybody on this side saying, we really don't think that's a good use of money for impact fees, because we do. We think it's a great use, but like I said, we can use it for expansion. You know, if we expand services, we can definitely include the apparatus in that impact fee, but just not for replacement. And unfortunately, just like our entire fleet, what we're dealing with is an aging fleet that's in need of replacement, and expansion just exacerbates the problem.
And I do want to say real quick, sorry, Mr. Chair, that I 100% agree that I guess sometimes it's hard to understand what parameters the state has put on us. And I do know that you've been passionate about trying to update this in the best way to include our fire department and the apparatus through our conversations over the last 2.5 years or so. And so I appreciate that. And thank you for that information, Lisa.
Yeah, you bet. And I also I'm being reminded by my awesome team, thank you, Lorna, that it's 3 apparatus that we're proposing to replace. They are all VW grant eligible, which means that we can use free money to help offset the cost of the city for these large apparatus.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A quick question about the fire impact fees at 1.14. It's more than a year away of more than a year out of refund. What are we planning to do with those at this point?
The fire impact fees are used to pay the annual debt service on the bonds that built Fire Station 3. That's in Forestdale Golf Course, and Fire Station 14 on the west side.
Thank you. That's what I just want to make sure. So we're using those fees. We're not going to lose them because we do have to pay the debt service on it. I'm fine with that piece. Mr. Chair, I endorse what the administration is putting forward here. There's a lot of unknowns. One of the things I think is I'm fairly confident in is that our sales tax is going to drop.
Yeah.
And funding our future is paid for in the sales tax. So if it drops significantly, we could have a major impact in implementing what we're doing and funding our future. I think the 3-month buffer is a good idea. So the 5.15 million to go towards that makes sense to me. So I would feel comfortable endorsing what they have on paper right now. And I think they did a good job talking through why the apparatus is a good investment at this point for all the reasons they just stated, along with the other things. The total, the 3.15 million. Thanks, Cindy and Jen, for talking through that, because our intention had been, all right, if everything is funded and we have extra, this is where the extra should go. Things have changed significantly since that. I think it's important for us to augment those funds with what we can, buy the stuff we need to do now, all the reasons you talked about, and any extra go into, if we can, that rainy day fund for funding our future to keep operations flowing through this slowdown. Hopefully it's a temporary one, but so I endorse that.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I don't see any other hands up. So I think we'll have Ben move on to the next portion.
To underline Councilmember Johnston's remarks, I think it's worth pointing out the majority of the ongoing expenses for funding our future are 90 full-time employees, as well as the contract with UTA for the frequent transit network, which is a 20-year interlocal agreement. Those are the majority of the ongoing expenses that $5 million would be able to help bridge if revenues come in significantly lower. The next section, the general policy questions, I think we've touched on. I do want to highlight number 3. There is a proposal in item A22 for a financial risk assessment. As we go through the budget amendment new items, if there are any that the council members think could wait for the results of the financial risk assessment, staff will track those. The risk assessment may come back with recommendations about levels of fund balance based on specific types of risk. And the thought is, if there are items the council would prefer waiting for those results on, you would have more money in fund balance to implement some of those recommendations. I'm not sure if Mary Beth knows the timeline for how long that assessment would take, though.
So this is Mary Beth. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we're working with a sole source provider to, well, I was until the whole COVID earthquake. I'll get that back up this week, and working with a sole source provider in order to bring them, once this is adopted, bring them in-house to help us with this assessment. The revenue portion of this assessment is easy for the finance department to do. It's the other portions that are not so easy. What we're going to model it after, I have given a copy to Ben. It's a Colorado Springs that was done in 2013 risk assessment. So I think we're going to model it after that and do a lot, and also do a Marco Polo analysis. So we'll kind of do 2 different types of analysis, but I'm hoping to get a sole source on this as quick as possible. But I can't give you a definite timeline. By the end of the year, I would love to have it done, but I don't know.
Okay.
Fiscal year or calendar year?
Oh, fiscal year.
Councilmember Johnson, your hand is up again. Did you have another question?
Yes, please, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mary Beth, is this what we talked about a couple months ago?
Actually, so the Marco Polo is the analysis that we talked about, but I think the one with Colorado Springs areas, it
Mary Beth, you're breaking up. I can't hear you anymore.
Mr. Chair, until she comes back on, I would strongly encourage us to do this. From my understanding, this is an assessment about how much fund balance we really should be keeping to cover what are the potential risks in our particular environment. So they would go through and look at Salt Lake City, earthquakes, floods, natural disasters, all this kind of stuff, and give us an estimate of, do we need 16%? Do we need 13%? Do we need 19%? Do we need 14.5%? It'll give it, right now we're just spitballing sort of where our fund balance should be sitting to cover our needs. This would give us a little more, or a lot more, hopefully, knowledge about what our target should be to really cover ourselves in the event of these kind of situations. So that's why I'd strongly support this assessment to give us some information on that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Having problems?
I heard you say having problems.
Okay.
Okay, I think we may have lost Mary Beth. Are there other questions from council members? Okay. Does anybody else have any idea about the answer to Councilmember Johnston's question, or should we move on?
I'm not sure the question was it.
Oh, well, sorry, response to your statement.
I can email the example Mary Beth mentioned from Colorado Springs, so the council members can look at it. There are a couple of graphs in particular that are informative about that they quantify the monetary risk to the city based on types of, so like public infrastructure damage from disasters or types of economic downturns, et cetera. I can email that out to you so you have a better understanding.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Councilmember Valdemoros?
So this study is going to tell us how much we need to have in our fund balance or how much money we need to operate for the next year, or how much money to save and have in our rainy days. Lockbox, like I don't understand. I think, first of all, I think it's a good idea that we have somebody assessing this because we know that we're entering some difficult times, but I want to know like exactly what I'm getting from it.
So Mary Beth is gonna try to call back in.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
While we're waiting for it, I spoke with Mary Beth about the concept a few months ago. My understanding, we know what our revenue is from the city, our projections are. Expenses to replace, say, the water treatment facility infrastructure, sewers, pipes, roads, buildings, city infrastructure. From my understanding, that's the goal of this, to get a sense on, based on the foreseeable natural and human disasters that could hit us, and that hit us last week. What would be sort of the economic or what would be the costs to fix the city in some ways? And then you compare that with our revenues and figure out, all right, well, how much do we need to keep maybe in fund balance or other means to sort of be ready for that? That's my understanding of it. I'm sure she's got some more details in the different tools that you're looking at. That's why I was very interested in it, so that I'm just not spitballing saying we need 14% in fund balance. We really don't need it if that's enough. This would give us a better sense if we're close or if that is foreseeably enough.
Okay. Cindy Questionson.
Yes. I think what we could do is, this is an answer that Ben and Mary Beth could come back to you with. So you could move from this one to your next ones, and that would
Thank
be
you.
something they could get back to you in writing.
Thank you. Okay, Ben, do you want to take us to the next item?
That takes us to A1. And I'm just going to put in a plug. Cindy Lou, if you can send Mary Beth the phone number to call in. I texted her the one I think is correct, but I'm not 100% certain.
Thank you, Ben. She is here, but I think we still have the same mic issues. So I'm going to go ahead and continue working with her on troubleshooting.
Okay.
Thank you.
So item A1, this is using Funding Our Future dollars. It's a request for $246,000 for the DeLong maintenance yard. Some council members may recognize this item. $674,000 was approved in budget amendment number 5 of fiscal year 19 using vacancy savings from the delayed hiring of the Second Streets maintenance crew. The additional $246,000 is needed to fully fund the project. And this was expected back when the first appropriation was made. The council didn't fully fund the appropriation last fiscal year because the vacancy savings weren't sufficient to fully fund it. The project would make improvements including fencing, lights, security cameras, and pavement. The maintenance yard is currently a dirt lot. The primary benefit is this will provide the space for the Second Street's maintenance crew to store their equipment, their vehicles, as well as the asphalt material storage. And there are secondary benefits such as freeing up space for the fleet division to store vehicles, since the city's fleet is growing, especially with the 50 new police officers and the 50 new vehicles for them.
Okay. Let me see. Councilmember Valdemoros, did you have a question? Your hand is up. Cindy Gus Jensen, did you have a question?
No, my hand is misbehaving.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Ben.
That takes us to item A2, a request for $46,000 from fund balance to remove a rail spur. Back in April 1999, an easement was recorded to locate a rail spur at approximately 540 West, 600 South. The rail spur served the cereal plant, which has since closed.
Mhm.
The easement stated that the property owner could request that the city remove the rail spur if it is unused for 1 year or longer and serves notice. Notice has been received and the rail spur has not been used for over a year. The $46,000 is enough to remove the rail spur, and the administration reports there is no future use for this rail line.
Okay. Is this urgent?
I believe it's urgent in the sense of the longer the city doesn't fulfill its legal obligation, the greater the potential legal risk becomes, but I'll defer to the attorney's office on the specifics, or if a closed session would be needed.
Dan Rip has raised his hand. Do you want to say something to that, Dan?
Yes, thank you. So we have been, the notice has been received by the city. The challenge that we have is the property owner is trying to sell the property. And so if we delay on this, it could potentially make it difficult for him to finish the contract that he is in to sell.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, A3.
Council Chair,
Oh, yes. Is that Cindy
I
Lou?
think I have Mary Beth on the line. If we could just do a quick test on her microphone before she's on the spot.
Sure.
Mary Beth, could you test your audio?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary Beth. All right, Council
Thank
Chair,
you.
we'll be following your lead when.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go on to item A3.
Item A3 is a request to rescope $39,209. There were previous playground resurfacing projects that finished under budget. The amount they finished under budget is the $39,000. This is a request for the council to approve using that $39,000 for similar improvements to other playgrounds in the city, specifically ADA compliant ramps and fiber wood chips. The administration stated there are 5 playgrounds that are known to need these improvements. They are Richmond Park, Jordan Park, the Central Playground, Jefferson Park, Cotton Park, and 600 East Park. Typically, when a CIP project is finished under budget, those funds are made available for other CIP projects that have cost overruns. There's a cost overrun account specifically for projects that, for whatever reason, the costs are greater than budgeted. If the council approves this rescope, those funds would go to playground improvements instead of the CIP cost overrun account.
Okay. Next.
A4, this is a request for $727,000 in parks impact fees. This is additional funding for the Bridge to Bachman project. In fiscal year 18, the council appropriated $408,000 of parks impact fees to build a pedestrian bridge over the Jordan River to get to Bachman Elementary School. The project also includes a lighted trail, safety improvements, and landscaping. It's estimated 350 students would benefit from the bridge. Most of them attend Bachman Elementary School, but a significant number also catch the bus to their middle school. The $727,000 will increase the total project cost to $1.1 million. This is a 178% cost increase. The cost increase is a result of material costs going up due to federal tariffs and the ongoing trade war. They're also seeing increased costs from challenges building in a floodplain next to a FEMA levee that are greater than anticipated. For example, the two banks on either side of the river are several feet different in elevation, and the bridge needs to be longer than anticipated in order to meet regulatory requirements. So it's not only a longer bridge, more expensive materials, but there are more stringent restrictions than anticipated. If the council approves this additional funding, there will still be $221,000 in parks impact fees for future park-related. There is an alternative option. The council can delay the landscaping elements of the project. So that would be a $420,000 appropriation instead of the $727,000.
Okay. Can we actually, so we've got some of our board appointment people showing up. So I'm wondering if we should skip to the, because we can go through the rest of these before, on the 17th, or sorry, on the 7th and the 14th, but I want to get to the COVID-19 stuff first. Can we
can jump to that item.
Yeah, let's jump down to item A42. Unless there are any objections to that, I don't see anybody's hand raised.
A42 is a request for $6,090,000. It is split into two parts. Part A is $2 million for employee compensation, including overtime, paid leave for hourly employees, and emergency pandemic leave. Part B is a request for $4,090,000 for future anticipated expenses related to the coronavirus emergency. The council could put that $4 million in Part B into a holding account, pending additional information from the administration on what those expenses are. There are three policy questions for the council to consider. The first is whether additional flexibility would be helpful if the council added earthquake emergency response expenses as an allowable use for the Part A $2 million. As currently requested, it's only for coronavirus emergency response. The next policy question is if the Part A, $2 million in funding will cover general fund departments and enterprise funds, such as the airport, the library, and golf. And the third policy question is if the new benefit of emergency pandemic leave and paid sick leave for hourly employees will be added to the annual compensation plan ordinance, which governs employee benefits.
Okay, council members, thoughts on those? I not see any hands raised.
Raising my hand, Chris.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson or Rogers.
My question is for the administration. Where are you seeing more calls for help? Is it currently because of earthquake or is it COVID-19? Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You want me to?
I think it goes without saying. I think. Sorry. Go ahead.
I forgot how to raise my hand.
Uh,
The screen changed.
okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. It's absolutely pandemic. I know that there are expenses, and that residents' ability to even afford to bring in structural engineers is a question mark because most of us can't afford earthquake insurance. And I know that we're hearing that there are some houses that need such serious work that people are not able to be living in them right now, but this is like secondhand information we're getting. So the pandemic need though is quite clear, and the survey work that economic development's been doing gives us very good data about exactly what the impact has been and what the needs are. Does that help, James? That's what I thought.
Yeah, that was good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Cindy Gus Jensen.
The one of the policy questions, the last one that Ben raised, is probably one that can't be answered now, or really probably for the next couple of months. We'll probably just have to see when it's time for the annual budget adoption, whether it's relevant to add the leave into the pay plan. Also, what we were thinking about as staff in terms of the large dollar amounts is the reason to put at least part of it into an account, a set aside account, is so that you have the opportunity. This administration is great about engaging you in moving forward and your interests and how they can be incorporated. But just as a matter of policy, you probably would want to reserve some opportunity for legislative input in the spending of the larger dollar amount. So that's why we suggested allow a certain amount of flexibility, funding for the flexibility, and then the bulk of it into an account that can be released as soon as the administration knows more. It isn't that they're not telling us, it's just that right now they don't know what all the expenses are.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor Touche. Nice call there at the last statement. We got to keep Councilman Rogers in his place. I do have a question about the policy question. So the first question was, would it be helpful for the administration to have the flexibility if we were to include the earthquake needs in there? And then the second question, which I think is good to know, is if the intention is to use this for all these departments, airport, library, golf, et cetera, just so we're clear about across the city, which departments are included, which aren't.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
I wish that, is Rachel on the line? Or Lisa?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand either, actually.
I'm here.
You're probably better equipped to answer that question about the flexibility of the fund if we want that, or yeah, either of you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Rachel, I don't want to cut you off if you're ready to go, but I mean, the flexibility piece is exactly what Cindy said. Right now, we are tracking expenses, and we really don't have an idea. In fact, we've just submitted our first payroll. We should have initial numbers out on what we've been spending from a payroll perspective on COVID-related issues. We should have that on Thursday. But we don't know what those items are going to be, and we really do want to work with you to release those funds as they're needed, with the full intention that if we don't use them, they could drop into fund balance. And to the second question, feel free to jump in here, Mayor or Rachel, but we are definitely intending to use some or all of that funding for all employees, whether or not they work for an enterprise fund or not. So there will be some emergency pandemic leave used in enterprise funds, just like they will be in general fund. And right now, other than that, we don't know where those requests are going to come or where that funding is going to be needed. Feel free to fill in the holes, Rachel.
Just to go back to, thanks, Lisa. Just to go back to the first question on adding flexibility for earthquake response. We are tracking those expenses separately. And I don't know if Mary Beth has some kind of a, sense of what those expenses are compared to coronavirus. I don't think that flexibility would hurt. And I appreciate the council raising this potential policy question. I would echo what the mayor said about, by and large, the expenses that we're most worried about right now and that I think present the most unknowns right now are for the original request for COVID funding. So that would be just to that, adding the earthquake potential there to the COVID funding. I'm not sure exactly which way we should go on that at the moment.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Johnston.
I would be inclined to include the earthquake response into that as part of the funding there, just to remove any potential barrier, even if it's not large, for use of those funds. And then thanks for the answer to the second question. And then I think, I guess from Cindy's statement, we'll have to track number 3 and see if we do want to add it.
Okay. Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. So I have 2 questions. In terms of staff, are we tracking as well how many staff have tested positive, and how long they need to be out, and then are we does this cover if family members are sick, they have to quarantine ourselves? Is that included? So that's, sorry, one question. And the second question is, and maybe this is for Ben, the general, so this is $6 million, $6,090,000, and it says out of the general fund. Is this out of the extra funds that we got this year, out of the $13 million?
The 6 million is out of fund balance.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Cindy Guest Jensen, you have your hand up.
I'm not clear on why is what we're saying that the general fund would pay the expenses of COVID related leave in the enterprise funds? And if so, is that because of federal tracking, or why would they not front that money and then us figure that out later? Why would the general fund pay that?
Cindy, this is Lisa. I'm texting with Mary Beth right now, and she may want to weigh in if she's got the ability to talk.
I've just given her the microphone. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Okay. Hi. So I believe, Cindy, you're correct. I think right now what we'll do is we'll have those departments categorize it in those different funds, be it an enterprise fund or an internal service fund, and then we'll evaluate it after or during or continually to evaluate it, right? I mean, we haven't even completed the first payroll, so I can't even tell you exactly how much it is. We have two separate codes for COVID-19 and for the earthquake. They'll be easy for me to identify by department, so we can get that information easily to the administration and to council, and then assess if those enterprise and internal service funds can absorb those costs within their own budgets, or if the general fund needs to help subsidize those budgets.
Okay, and since we're doing this a little bit on the fly, it might be good to check before the hearing to see if public utilities or airport needs an amendment to their budget on any of these, either the physical expenses or the employee expenses.
Absolutely, I can do that for you.
Okay, council.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to try to answer Councilmember Valdemoros' first question?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
We are tracking the employees that we know who have been diagnosed. We're carefully tracking them and know, where, when, how long they're going to be out. At this point, happily, we don't have many employees who have an actual COVID-19 diagnosis. And I think the second part of your question was whether or not the emergency pandemic leave covers family members of people who have been diagnosed, and it would in many circumstances. And I can go into details on those, or I can send you the FAQs and other documents that we're putting together for employee reference.
That's perfect, Rachel. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, what is it that the employee can expect from these funds and in terms of COVID? So that's awesome. I'm looking forward to look to see those frequently asked questions, I guess, or manual or whatever you.
Yeah. Sure, and we've put those on our website under the COVID-19 website, trying to make it pretty easy for employees to figure out what they qualify for and what we are hoping that that they can do when they are worried that they've been exposed or in close contact with somebody who's very symptomatic for COVID-19. We've tried to make it as easy as possible and honestly as open as possible for employees to access potential paid leave. Just acknowledging that it's, testing has been a limitation and we don't want people to be put in a bad position based on the fact that it's really hard to get tested right now. So we're trying to make it as easy and as clear as possible, but it's definitely been a work in progress, and we're open to making other adjustments as we go forward and kind of see the brunt of what we have in store for us over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you. This is nice information. And we're looking for FEMA to reimburse us. Would they be reimbursing 100% of this or 50%? Is it over 1 year? When do we think we'd get paid back?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Mary Beth wants to answer that. I can take a quick stab on the federal package that's trying to work its way through the federal government right now. I haven't seen the actual text of the latest bill, but ideally we'll be getting some direct funding from the federal government to at least deal with the COVID-19 impacts, if you're asking about COVID-19. On the FEMA question, I'm probably swimming out of my depth, but my understanding is, it kind of goes up the chain of what our resources are, what the county's resources are, what the state can access, and then the federal government kind of funnels that FEMA money back down to us at certain points. And so I don't know how long that takes. So I'll bow out and let someone else fill in on the timing of that.
Council Chair, we do have Mary Beth. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mary Beth, please.
Today, Eric Witt, myself, and Lisa McCarver spoke about COVID for FEMA. It's a 75% reimbursement It covers anywhere from personal services to PP&E to shelters for individuals if we needed to do shelters. We have signed up with FEMA, and so we will be submitting those costs ongoing so that we'll be able to recoup 75% of those costs. For the earthquake, we have not seen anything from FEMA yet. As soon as we do, or from the state, as soon as we do, we will register for FEMA with that as well. It's electronic registry, and we will also submit those costs as well. That countywide, we have to qualify for $4 million, and we will easily qualify statewide as well as countywide for the $4 million to be reimbursed on the earthquake side.
Okay, thank you. Council members, I don't see any other hands on this topic. We do have all three. Oh, council. Yeah, okay. Dan Dugan's hand just went down. Did you have another question, Dan?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
So we do have our applicants here for our board advising consent position. So I want to go to those, and then I'm hoping I can give everybody at least a couple minutes break between this and our formal meeting, because I don't know how late it's going to go with comments coming in virtually. So yeah, so let's move on to, remember, we can finish discussing these items on this budget amendment at our April 7th meeting. So I'm going to move us on to agenda item number 9, which is the Transportation Advisory Board, and Benjamin LaRiviere. Is that, I hope I'm saying that right. And Benjamin, I hope you're here somewhere.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
here. And LaRiviere is the right pronunciation.
Great, thank you. So why don't you start off by, if everybody's got the resume or a copy of your resume and a copy of your application in front of them. But if you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in this position with Salt Lake City.
Sure. So a little bit about myself. I've been bike commuting primarily as my method of transportation for about a decade. So I feel very strongly about the importance for our transportation system to be built for more than just automobiles. I'd love to be involved in helping figure out where we should build bike lanes, how we should implement the master bike plan. And so a little bit more, so that's more why I want to join the advisory committee. And then about me, I have lived in Salt Lake for about 4 years. I came to Utah from Maine originally in 2006 for college. And I'm in love with mountains. I'm in love with Salt Lake City. And I'd love to see it become more bike friendly.
Great. Council members, do you have any questions for Mr. LaRiviere? Okay. Councilmember Fowler. Oh, sorry, we have two. Councilmember Fowler first.
I just wanted to say hi, Ben. I'm so excited for you to be on this advisory committee, and it's good to see you, even if virtually.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. And I'm excited too. I think this will be a good opportunity.
For sure.
Great. Councilmember Johnston.
Hey, Ben. As a guy who went to college in Maine, I'm glad to have a maniac out here with me. Good to have you here.
Oh, nice. Yeah. What school did you go to?
I was at Bowdoin College and then worked in Portland for a bit. So thanks for your willingness to serve. Awesome.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ben. Do we normally take a straw poll right now? Is that what we usually do? Yeah. Okay. So, council members, does somebody want to ask for a straw poll on this?
Actually, Mr. Chair, you don't need to. You'll be voting in your formal meeting.
Right. But I couldn't remember if we, for some reason, if we needed to like indicate support or something. So, okay, I'm seeing all thumbs up. So Ben, I'll just give you our standard speech. What we typically do is move your application onto our formal agenda item for tonight, onto our consent agenda items at our formal meeting tonight. You need not be present to win. But I think that all of the council members are showing support for your application. So you're welcome, of course, to join in and follow us at our formal meeting, which starts at 7, or you are welcome not to, and we will just notify you once the vote has confirmed you. Okay?
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your service. Okay, we'll move on to our next applicant, who is Jacqueline Teal, and she is also applying for the Bicycle Advisory Committee.
Hello.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi.
So if you can start out just by telling us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the Bicycle Advisory Board.
Sure. I've lived in Salt Lake for 12 years now. I'm from the West Coast, Washington and Oregon. And I like to be outside, and I really like, obviously, well, the same reason why a lot of people come here. I work in the healthcare currently. And I appreciate not having as many cars on the road in our valley. And I would like to see more alternate forms of transportation. And I'm a parent, and we use biking for commuting, and we use biking for groceries, and we also travel with the goal of not using automobiles in our traveling. So we go places where we can bike or ride public transportation, kind of teach our family to use that. And I'd like to contribute that here and see more of that, hear more opportunities for non-racing bikers. So people who aren't, who are less fit. I have some elderly parents that have just recently moved here. I'd like that to be an opportunity for them also. So I'd like to see our bike trails friendly for children and, just less of the competitive athlete. That's what I'd like to share.
Okay, great. Council members, do you have any questions for Jacqueline? Sorry, Councilmember Fowler, did you have a question? Nope, just a thumbs up. Okay, you have your hand up. All right. Well, thank you very much, Jacqueline. I don't know if you heard my prior speech, but we'll put your application on the consent agenda. You need not be present to win, but you're welcome to tune in from home, along with our tens of other viewers. We want to thank you in advance for your service to Salt Lake City.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to item number 11, which is our final appointment for Wendy Peterson, who is nominated to serve on the Civil Service Commission. Wendy, are you there?
I'm here. Can you see me?
Yeah. Yes, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. So if you can just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this position.
Sure. So I have worked in human resources for the past 30 years. My entire career has been in human resources. And up until about a year ago, I've been super busy with not only working full-time, but raising 3 very busy kids. My youngest just moved out. He's gone to college. And so I feel like it's time for me to give back to my community. The other reason I'm interested is I've worked in Salt Lake City. I live in Bluffdale right now, but I worked in Salt Lake City for my entire 30 years. And as part of that HR experience, much of it has been in employee relations. helping supervisors and managers ensure that they're following proper policies and procedures and staying within the merit system. So when this position came open, I thought it fit perfectly with both what I want to do professionally and personally, and that's why I'm interested in the opening.
Great, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions for Wendy? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. I see several thumbs up. Wendy, we will go ahead and put your nomination on our consent agenda for our formal meeting at 7 o'clock. Again, you are welcome to tune in, but you're to, and we'll have someone notify you as soon as your appointment's been confirmed.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for your service to Salt Lake City. Okay, council members, we are on to report of the chair and vice chair. I don't have any items. Councilmember Johnston, do you? Does the thumbs up mean yes or? Oh, too late. Okay, go ahead.
I think you're all great. Nice work.
Thank you.
Don't isolate.
Thank you. Agenda item 13, from announcements from the executive director, Cindy Gus Jensen.
I have no announcements.
Oh, good. That means we have 22 minutes to have dinner, and then we will reconvene for the formal meeting. Cindy Lou, remind me, do we have a separate meeting for the formal, or are we going to do what we did last time and just mute and cameras off?
Sorry about the delay. I'd actually started your formal meeting. Your formal meeting is a separate link, so you will have all just received an email just a little bit ago from WebEx that will give you the link for the formal meeting. We did this just so that we could make sure that we got the public in order of arrival.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and adjourn this work council session and reconvene from our same remote locations instead of across the hall. But again, luckily we have James Rogers's his busts up on the mantle there, which I noticed have increased since the last meeting we had. He's added 2 additional statues and a very patriotic flag. Okay, so yeah, well, let's, sorry, I'm talking and now you only have 21 minutes to eat. Okay, go. See you in 21 minutes.